What if walking through fire was the only way to find your true self, or lose everything? In the shadows of medieval spires, where hope dies quickly and laughter is a dagger's whisper, sinners tread paths littered with thorns, each step a gamble against a fate woven with betrayal and bloodshed. Welcome to a world where morality is as slippery as the quagmire beneath your feet, and every choice you make could doom your soul or ignite a revolution. Picture this, a town gripped by the cold embrace of winter, the kind that gnaws at the bones while the townsfolk huddle in taverns, cradling mugs of sour ale as smoke swirls overhead like ghosts of their past. They tell tales of the firewalker, a figure wrapped in mystery, rumored to stride through hell itself, his skin kissed by flames, his intentions as twisted as a charlatan's grin. What does it mean to walk through fire? Does it forge heroes or burn them alive? Every sinner has a secret, every secret a price. The haggard priest muttering curses beneath his breath. The charming rogue with a glimmer of steel hidden in his boot. The noblewoman who kisses her lover only to stab her husband in the back when the moon is high. In this treacherous dance, everyone wears a mask, and the truth is a knife that cuts deeper with each revelation. You think you know them? Think again. A festering wound of lies and desires breaks the surface, and the stakes explode like the first crack of thunder in a brewing storm. A pact made in whispers, a betrayal sealed with blood, and a betrayal that sends shockwaves through the very fabric of their fragile lives. The firewalker is not just a myth, he's a reckoning, a force that compels the sinners to confront their darkest demons. But betrayal doesn't just carve betrayal. It scalds, it lingers, it festers. The townsfolk laugh nervously about the firewalker, but laughter, my friend, is a thin veil over fear. As the embers of their secrets ignite, will they rise, phoenix-like, from the ashes, or will they be consumed by the flames of their own making? What happens when the very inferno they've dreaded becomes their only salvation? They say the path is treacherous, but what if the real danger lies in ignorance, an unquenchable thirst for truth that leads them into the heart of the fire? Threads of fate spin tighter, and the air grows thick with tension. Each heart-pounding moment begs the question, how far would you go to redeem yourself? Sinners may not walk through fire unscathed, but those who dare to dance with the flames might just find that the heat reveals more than they ever bargained for. So, dear reader, brace yourself. This isn't just a tale of thorns, it's a relentless plunge into the inferno where the only way out is through. Can you handle the heat? Or will you be burned alive by your curiosity? The air crackled, thick with the taste of fear and ash, as Clara stood at the edge of the once vibrant town square, now a scarred, smoking ruin. Flames licked the sky, their orange tongues reaching for something, anything, like desperate hands grasping at the last vestiges of hope. She could hear the distant wails of the lost, their cries spiraling into the night, echoing through the hollow remnants of what was. Shadows danced among the ruins, flickering specters of a life that had been. Her heart pounded like a war drum, each beat a reminder of her choices, her failures. Clara! A voice cut through the chaos, sharp and tinged with panic. It was Peter, his face smeared with soot, eyes wide like the moon caught in a storm. We have to go. Now! But she stood frozen, rooted by the weight of memories that bled through her mind. Memories of laughter, of dancing in the streets, of love that ignited a fire within her that was now reduced to cinders. What have we done? The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. The fire wasn't just consuming buildings, it consumed everything, their innocence, their dreams, and the very fabric of their lives. A flicker of movement caught her eye, Maggie, wide-eyed and trembling, clutching a charred doll. The sight twisted something deep within Clara. It was the doll she had given Maggie for her birthday, a token of the carefree days that felt like lifetimes ago. Maggie, sweetie, we need to move. She tried to sound strong, to be the anchor in the storm. But even she could feel the fraying edges of her own resolve. I don't want to leave it, Clara. Maggie's voice was a fragile whisper, as if saying it louder would make the nightmare more real. Clara crouched down, meeting her gaze, the innocence in those eyes reflected the shattered world around them. I remember when we used to play in the fields, Maggie. When the sun kissed our cheeks and the world was ours. Each word was a dagger, piercing through the suffocating darkness that loomed. But time, that relentless beast, ticked on like a ticking clock in an empty room, taunting them. The past was slipping away, and with it, the very reason to fight. We can find another one, sweet girl. But right now, we need to be safe. Clara reached out, brushing a soot-streaked hair behind Maggie's ear, a ghost of a smile cracking through the despair. Then, an explosion. It rocked the ground beneath them, a thunderous roar that echoed through their bones. Clara felt her heart leap into her throat, the world narrowing into a tunnel of fear. "Run!" she screamed, urgency clawing at her throat as she yanked Maggie to her feet. Peter was already sprinting into the shadows, and for a moment, Clara hesitated. Each step felt like a betrayal, a relinquishing of the past. But he was right, they had to escape the flames of their own making. As they dashed through the debris, Clara's mind raced with flickers of doubt, a kaleidoscope of guilt and grief. She had whispered sweet promises to Peter, dreams of a future bathed in light, but now those dreams were nothing more than smoke dissipating into the night. The fire had begun as a spark of their desires, unquenchable and bright, but it transformed into a beast, devouring everything in its path. "Clara! Over here!" Peter's voice broke her thoughts, pulling her back from the brink. He was gesturing toward an alleyway, dark and ominous, the air thick with the stench of burnt wood and despair. Shadows loomed like ghosts, watching, waiting. She nodded, her heart thundering. The weight of the world was heavy on her shoulders, a leaden cloak of despair. "Stay close," she warned Maggie, who clutched Clara's hand with a grip of iron, as if letting go would mean falling into the abyss. The alley was narrow, the walls closing in, suffocating. Clara's breath came in ragged gasps, the dim light flickering like hope itself was a candle on the verge of being snuffed out. They stumbled into a clearing, the remnants of a marketplace, once bustling with life, now a graveyard of memories. Market stalls stood like ghosts, their wares reduced to ashes. Clara stopped, the landscape a haunting reminder of everything they had lost. She could feel the weight of Peter's gaze on her, questioning, searching for answers that were buried beneath layers of regret. "Clara," he started, his voice trembling. "This was never supposed to happen. We were supposed to change things, to make it better." His words were like shards of glass, cutting through her heart with each syllable. She could see the anger and hurt swirling in his eyes, the fear of what they had unleashed clawing at the edges of his sanity. "I know," she whispered, the words a fragile confession. "But we didn't know, we thought," and there it was, the unspoken truth that hung between them, a truth that consumed her like the fire that raised their world. They had played with forces beyond their understanding, and now, the consequences were as tangible as the smoke that curled around them. "I remember," she murmured, her voice a soft echo in the stillness. "The dreams we had, but the dreams were gone, snuffed out like the flickering candle that once illuminated their hopes." Clara's heart ached with a rawness that felt almost unbearable. From the shadows, a figure stepped forward, Eleanor, once a fierce ally, now a spectre of betrayal. "You think you can run from this?" she hissed, her voice a low growl that sent a shiver down Clara's spine. "You think the fire will simply forget you?" The words wrapped around Clara like chains, binding her to the truth she had tried to deny. She could feel the ghosts of their sin swirling around them, whispering secrets of guilt and suffering. This wasn't just about them anymore, it was about the weight of their actions, the fire that raged not just in the world, but within their souls. "Clara, we have to face this," Peter urged, desperation bleeding into his voice. "Stop running from your past." But how could she face it when the flames were still licking at her heels? How could she confront the monster they had created together? The shadows of her choices loomed large, stretching toward infinity, and she felt the walls closing in again. "I remember," the word slipped from her lips like a prayer, haunting and filled with longing. "I remember when we were invincible. When we thought we could change everything." And as the echoes faded into the night, the flames raged on, their fury unmatched, an eternal reminder of the genesis of suffering, where sin was born from fire, and fire consumed all. A sharp gasp cuts through the silence, a sound so intimate it feels like a secret shared between two souls. The air hangs heavy with tension, thick enough to choke the breath from your lungs. In the shadows of a forgotten chapel, Maeve stands alone, her fingers trembling as they brush against the cold stone altar. The flickering candlelight dances, casting grotesque shadows that twist and contort, mirroring the turmoil raging within her heart. She's lost, but she's not alone. Every heartbeat resonates in the stillness as she remembers the night before, the desperate whispers of love that spiraled into chaos, like a storm tearing through a fragile world. "Why did you have to go?" she whispers to the darkness, her voice barely audible. The echoes mock her, reverberating through time, taunting her with memories too sweet to bear. In her mind, she sees him, Elias, his eyes bright with laughter, a wild spirit who dared to touch the sky. But now, shadows cling to him like a shroud, and the weight of his absence is a thorn buried deep within her chest, festering, gnawing at her resolve. Thorns. They were everywhere, crawling vines that entwined the fabric of their love, laced with secrets. Each prick, each blooded tear spilled for the sins they committed, for the passion that burned too brightly, too recklessly. The stories of gods and mortals intertwine, weaving a tapestry of desire and despair, the thorns standing as reminders of the price they paid. In every myth, there lies a truth Maeve is desperate to unearth, a truth that could either free her or consume her whole. Elias, alive in her memories yet haunting her like a ghost, becomes a spectre of a past she can't escape. He had spoken of thorns with such reverence, claiming they were the armor of love, shielding the heart from the harsh realities of the world. "Love is a rose," he would say, a grin splitting his face, beautiful, intoxicating, but fraught with danger. But now, Maeve feels only the sting, the bite of those thorns as they dig deeper into her soul, each remembrance a shard of glass embedded in her thoughts. Outside, the city breathes. It is alive and pulsing, a chaotic symphony of street vendors hawking their wares, children laughing, lovers quarreling. But within the chapel, the air is stilled, as if time itself has paused to witness Maeve's despair. Just beyond the cracked wooden door, a world of light and joy exists, but the darkness inside her is an abyss, a chasm that threatens to swallow her whole. And then, there's Rowan, a brother bound by blood yet shackled by duty. He steps into the chapel, the quiet thud of his boots echoing like a heartbeat in the stillness. His eyes, dark like the night, search hers, filled with an intensity that makes her heart race. "Maeve," he breathes, desperation lacing his voice. "You can't stay here. You can't let them win." But what does he know of losing? What does he know of thorns that pierce the fabric of one's soul? He was always the protector, the shining knight standing tall against the storm, while she, a mere shadow, clung to the edges of his light. "I can't leave him behind," she whispers, tears streaming down her cheeks, leaving a trail of salt upon her lips. "He was everything. Everything is lost, Maeve," he counters, and his words cut deeper than any thorn. "You're drowning in memories, and they're dragging you down with them." Rowan steps closer, reaching for her hand, but she recoils, as if the touch might ignite the very flames of her despair. "You don't understand," she cries, voice cracking under the weight of her grief. He loved me enough to bleed." In that moment, Maeve realizes that she stands on the edge of a precipice, her heart a fragile vessel teetering between love and pain. The thorns of their past entwine her tightly, squeezing the breath from her lungs. But in the depths of her sorrow, a flicker of defiance sparks. What if love was not merely a rose adorned with thorns but a weapon forged from the very pain that threatens to consume her? The walls of the chapel seem to close in, the stone breathing with the memories of countless souls who have come before, seeking solace, seeking redemption. They are all bound by the same thorns, the same scars etched into their hearts. Maeve can feel their presence, the weight of their stories pressing upon her like a shroud. She is not just a solitary figure in despair, she is a tapestry woven into the essence of the human experience, a thread of love and loss as old as time itself. And as she stands there, caught between the past and the future, she feels Rowan's hand finally clasp hers, warm and reassuring. "Then let us bleed together," he whispers, and in that moment, she knows they are bound not just by blood, but by shared pain, a commitment to face the thorns together. The tension in the air thickens, and suddenly, the chapel doors burst open, letting in a flood of light, illuminating the darkness that has consumed her. Outside, chaos reigns. There's a storm brewing, the winds howling like the cries of lost souls. The city, alive with the heartbeat of humanity, is at war with itself. And in the distance, Maeve hears the echo of a familiar laugh. It is Elias, or perhaps just the ghost of him, calling her back to the world she once knew, a world rippling with thorns and roses, hope and despair. In that moment, Maeve knows they must confront the shadows that haunt them, to wrestle with the very essence of love and loss. She steels herself, heart pounding, ready to step into the storm, to let the thorns pierce her skin, to bleed, to love, to remember. Rowan's grip remains firm, a lifeline in the chaos, as they step beyond the threshold together, into a world fraught with uncertainty, a world where the thorns of their past could either bind them tighter or finally set them free. The night was thick with a darkness that clung to the stones like a ghost, whispers echoing between the alleyways of the city. I stood there, heart racing, as the metallic tang of blood filled the air, a promise of violence, a warning of what was to come. The moon hung low, a witness to the betrayal that was about to unfold. I could taste the fear in the back of my throat, bitter and sharp, as I pressed myself against the damp wall, listening, waiting. I remember the sharp click of heels against cobblestones. Clara, radiant yet haunted, emerged from the shadows, her face illuminated by the fractured light that danced around her. She was more than just a woman, she was an idea wrapped tightly in silk and sin. Her breath hitched as she caught my eye, and I could see the flicker of desperation behind her bravado. "Is it done?" she asked, her voice a tremble, as if the very act of speaking could shatter the fragile threads of fate binding us. And then there was Marcus, burdened by the weight of his own choices, lurking behind the edge of the alley, his fists clenched tight. He was the man whose trust had been broken, the one left bleeding from the betrayal that had pushed us all toward this moment. "You think it's easy for me," he spat, eyes wild, as if he could see the very essence of our sin swirling around us. "You think I wanted this?" The air thickened, a swirling cauldron of tension and regret. Clara's shoulders slumped, a silent admission of the chaos we had wrought. "We have to move," I urged, but the weight of our past pulled us back, roots entwined in soil soaked with guilt. The pace of my heart matched the frantic rhythm of our breaths, echoing the truth we all tried to deny: betrayal was a monster that feasted on the tender flesh of friendship. Marcus stepped forward, anger blazing in his chest, illuminating the dark corners of his soul. "You think I won't destroy you both?" he hissed, a trembling edge of desperation in his voice. The words hung heavy, each syllable a knife that threatened to cut deeper than mere flesh. It was a declaration of war, a promise of consequences sewn into the fabric of our choices. I could see the flicker of something, fear? Anger, in his gaze. I remember standing there, the echoes of laughter from the tavern nearby floating through the air, a cruel reminder of the life we had once shared. "We had dreams," I said, my voice barely a whisper, afraid to disturb the shadows that loomed over us. "We were invincible." But the truth was we had been nothing more than children playing at war, and now our innocent games had unleashed demons we couldn't control. Clara stepped closer, trembling under the weight of her resolve. "I did it for us," she pleaded, desperation clawing at the edges of her words. My heart twisted, torn between the love I once felt and the betrayal that had turned it into a weapon, poised to strike. "You don't understand," I whispered, the words barely escaping my lips, but I felt the truth in my bones. There was no escaping this cycle of pain. The shadows lengthened, and I could feel the earth shift beneath me as if the very ground mourned our choices. "Your love was never enough," Marcus growled, venom dripping from his voice. "You think you can swindle your way through life? You think charm can mask the blood on your hands?" He gestured wildly, as if trying to ward off the specters that danced around us, our past selves, bright-eyed and foolish, oblivious to the consequences looming just beyond the horizon. The tension crackled in the air like lightning, and I felt my pulse quicken as Clara's eyes met mine, searching for a lifeline. "What are we doing?" she whispered, and in that moment, time warped, slow and agonizing, stretching into an eternity where every heartbeat echoed like a distant drum signaling our doom. "Running," I said, the word a bitter taste on my tongue. "We're always running." But where? The city felt like a labyrinth of our failures, every corner a reminder that we were not the heroes of our own story. I saw ghosts flitting through the alleys, remnants of laughter and dreams now twisted into something grotesque, a gallery of our broken promises. As Marcus stepped closer, a beast unleashed, I could see the lines of his face carved by despair, his decisions tattooed across his skin like a map of torment. "I will not forgive," he said, and in that moment, the city seemed to hold its breath. The air was thick with the scent of rain, a storm gathering its forces, just like us. "I will make you pay." I felt the ground beneath us tremble as if it too were a participant in our tragic play. And then Clara, her voice a fractured melody, said, "We didn't mean for it to come to this. We didn't want to be the first sinners." The title hung in the air, a weight too heavy to bear, yet profoundly fitting for the trio we had become. A heartbeat passed, and suddenly the night erupted. The darkness swallowed us whole, a cacophony of chaos that blurred the line between friend and foe. Shadows danced, laughter echoed, and the moon bore silent witness to the unraveling, the very fabric of our lives tearing apart with each desperate breath. And just like that, everything changed. The storm broke, rain falling like tears from the heavens, washing away the sins of the night, but not the stains left on our souls. In that moment, I knew there would be no answers, no resolutions, only a spiral of questions that would haunt us through the endless night. As the echoes of our choices faded into the gloom, I realized the true terror lay not in the monsters outside, but in the darkness within. Here, in this city of shadows, we were all first sinners, and we would pay the price for our betrayals, one way or another. The night would not relent, and neither would we. The story was far from over, it had merely begun. The clock struck midnight, an echoing chime that sliced through the silence of the ancient stone walls, reverberating like a heartbeat in the stillness. I stood there, on the precipice of despair, staring at the figure of my mother, her frail frame draped in a tattered shawl, her face a canvas of sorrow, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Shadows danced around her, twisting like the memories that haunted us both. "I remember," she whispered, her voice fragile as glass, "when redemption felt like a warm embrace, not a dagger in the heart." But in this moment, the icy grip of betrayal clawed at my throat. I could taste the metallic bite of regret, sharp and suffocating. My brother, Benjamin, stood by the door, his eyes hollow, the weight of choices heavy upon his shoulders. Once, he had been my protector, my confidant. Now, he was a ghost of the boy I once knew, a man undone by the storm of his own making. "You don't understand," he said, each word seeping with anguish, "I did it for us." Outside, the moon hung low, a pale witness to our torment, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers, reaching for a redemption that felt so far away. The kingdom was crumbling, the echoes of rebellion rising like smoke from the ashes of old promises. I could hear the whispers of fate in the air, a chilling reminder of the night our lives unraveled, the night Benjamin chose power over family, and I chose silence over confrontation. "I remember," I murmured, caught between their worlds, the weight of my own indecision clawing at my insides. "The night you brought home the crown, and the joy turned to dust." I had watched him ascend, fueled by ambition, while I remained rooted in the shadows, paralyzed by fear. The two of us, once inseparable, were now like strangers in a darkened hall, our hearts beating out of sync. I shifted my gaze back to my mother, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, two orbs reflecting the sorrow of generations. "Redemption isn't a straight path," she said, her voice trembling, "it's a labyrinth of choices. It's the echoes of every broken promise." Those words settled over me like a shroud, binding me to the ground beneath my feet, the earth soaked with the weight of our shared history. And then, the wind howled outside, a wild thing that rattled the shutters, reminding us of the tumultuous world beyond our walls. The voices of the past danced amongst the ghosts of our ancestors, their faces a blur of pain and resilience. I could hear them beckoning, their whispers urging us to confront the demons that lay hidden beneath our skin. "Tell me," I implored, my voice cracking with need, "do you think we can ever find our way back?" I looked at Benjamin, searching for a flicker of hope in the depths of his despair. But the light in his eyes had dimmed, replaced by shadows that threatened to swallow him whole. "We can't go back," he replied sharply, "there's nothing left to redeem." The desperation in his tone clawed at my heart. "But if we don't try, trying means nothing," he snapped, the words like daggers, seeping into the air thick with tension. "What have we become, Sarah? Look around. We're ghosts of our former selves, chasing a past that no longer exists. The truth cut deep, a raw wound that bled into the silence. I wanted to scream, to shake him from the torment that had consumed him, but the words caught in my throat, too tangled in emotion to escape. Instead, I reached for my mother's hand, its frail warmth grounding me, pulling me back from the precipice of despair. "I remember," she said again, her voice a fragile thread that wove through my thoughts, "the day our world shattered. The day we lost him." I felt the tremor in her fingers, the ghost of a life that had been. Redemption was there, waiting for us, but we let it slip away. I turned my gaze toward the window, the night a vast ocean of uncertainty. The shadows whispered secrets, telling tales of those who had fallen and risen again, of warriors who fought through the darkness, clawing their way back to the light. But what about us? We were broken, pieces scattered in the wind, yearning for a redemption that felt like an illusion. What do we have left? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. What is there to fight for? Each other, my mother replied, her voice steadier now, resolute. Redemption isn't about the past, it's about the now. It's about forgiveness, love, and the strength to carry on. Beneath the weight of her words, I felt a flicker of something, maybe hope, maybe desperation, but it was enough to ignite the embers of my resolve. But what if the path to redemption was littered with the bones of our mistakes? What if, in seeking it, we only buried ourselves deeper in the darkness? The clock ticked louder, each second a reminder that we were running out of time. I can't lose you, too, I confessed, the words spilling from my heart like a torrent. We're all we have left. Benjamin looked torn, a battle raging beneath the surface, and for a moment, I could see the flicker of the brother I had once known. Then we fight, he said, a tremor in his voice, but what that fight looks like, he trailed off, the uncertainty hanging heavy in the air. The night stretched on, a tapestry of emotions woven with threads of fear, longing, and the faintest glimmer of hope. In this moment, we were three lost souls standing on the edge of a chasm, teetering between the past and the possibility of redemption. The world outside continued to spin, oblivious to our struggles, while shadows whispered promises that echoed through the walls like ghosts yearning to be set free. Redemption, I thought, the word heavy and achingly beautiful. It was a flicker amidst the chaos, a possibility waiting to be grasped. And as the clock continued to tick, I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, the choices of our ancestors entwining with our own. Then we find our way, I said, my voice a resolute whisper against the roar of the night. Together. And in that moment, as we stood united against the storm, I realized that perhaps redemption was not a destination, but a journey, a winding road, fraught with challenges, but also a chance to rewrite our tale. The air crackled with tension, the past colliding with the present in a swirling dance of shadows, and I knew, deep within my soul, that the fight for redemption was only just beginning. The sun hung low, a crimson orb bleeding into the horizon as the air thickened with tension. In the heart of the ancient city, shadows danced like forgotten memories, clinging to the weathered stones of the temple, where echoes of despair and judgment mingled, whispering secrets only the night could know. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, the weight of history pressing down, each heartbeat a drum announcing the arrival of reckoning. Eliora, her eyes wide and glistening, clutched the amulet around her neck, the iron clasp cold against her skin. They say the flames will purify, she murmured, voice trembling like the flicker of a dying candle. I could see the worry etched on her face, a canvas of anguish and hope, twirling together in an eternal dance. She wasn't wrong. The fires of judgment were upon us, and the truth hung in the air, palpable and suffocating. Purify. I spat, the words tasting bitter, or burn. My heart raced, pounding against my ribcage, desperate to escape the horror unfolding before us. I wanted to scream my defiance against a fate twisted by the hands of the very gods we were supposed to trust. But fear, that insidious beast, gnawed at my resolve, whispering that maybe this was how it had to be. The marketplace had fallen silent, a graveyard of voices silenced by the fear of the approaching pyre. Men and women, once bustling with life, now stood frozen as if time itself had blinked, caught in a moment of dread. I could see the farmers, their weathered hands stained with earth, the merchants with their wares, food, spices, trinkets, now rendered useless, mere ornaments in the face of judgment. And there was Tarek, a man with laughter that could charm the stones from the walls, now a ghost of his former self, his expression twisted in agony. I remember, his voice trembled, each word like a stone thrown into a still pond, when we believed in justice. When we thought punishment was a path to redemption. The fire blazed brighter on the horizon, a cruel sun rising from the depths of despair. Now it's merely scaffolding for the executioner's gallows. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine, a reminder of every time I had turned away, the ache of complicity gnawing at my conscience. I remembered the stories of ancient warriors and their bloody conquests, of kings who wielded power like a sword, their judgments descending upon the innocent like a plague. The stench of burning flesh lingered in my nostrils, a memento mori I couldn't escape. Are we not all guilty? Eliora's voice broke through the fog of my thoughts, sharp and cutting. Guilty of our silence, our acceptance. Her gaze pierced mine, holding a truth I feared to confront. What have we become when we allow others to burn for our sins? The flames danced in the distance, curling like the serpents of law, teasing us with promises of freedom while holding us captive in our own fear. It was a twisted game of power, an execution disguised as justice. My fists clenched, nails biting into my palms, blood blooming like roses in a winter storm. I was furious. I was terrified. But above all, I was lost. Tarek stepped forward, his face a mask of determination, raw and unyielding. If they think they can dictate our fate with fire and smoke, they are mistaken. His voice wavered, yet it held an intensity that ignited sparks within my heart. We can't let them take our voices, our agency. We have to fight. And there it was, the flicker of rebellion, as palpable as the heat radiating from the approaching flames. I felt the stirrings of something deep within me, a whispering fire that threatened to consume my fear. But doubt clawed at my resolve, a shadow lurking just beyond the flickering light. What could we do against the gods? Against the weight of our history, the relentless cycle of punishment that had echoed through millennia. I remembered the stories again, tales of great civilizations collapsing under their own weight, the ancient Greeks, the mighty Romans, blinded by their own hubris. I could hear the whispers that passed between the shadows, feel the weight of their judgment resting heavily on my shoulders. What if the flames weren't meant to purify but to obliterate? To erase every trace of dissent amidst the ashes? Eliora's fingers brushed against mine, grounding me. What if we are the authors of our own fate? What if we refuse to let fear dictate the narrative? Her voice trembled, but there was a fierce light in her eyes, a burning desire for truth that flickered like a candle in a storm. We can write a different ending. But how? How could we stand against the fire of judgment? The answer danced just out of reach, a tantalizing specter that filled my mind with visions of rebellion, of strength forged in the fires of adversity. My heart ached, swelling with a potent mix of fear and hope. The flames, they beckoned us, and we stood on the precipice of choice. As the first crackle of fire reached our ears, a haunting melody played in my mind, a dirge for the damned, a symphony of our choices, swirling together in a cacophony of emotion. We may not have chosen this moment, but we could choose how to face it. I breathed deeply, feeling Eliora's warmth beside me, sensing Tarek's fierce determination. Together, we could carve our voices into the void left by judgment. Together, we could face whatever awaited us beyond the flames. And as the fire began to roar, a primal sound echoing through the night, I knew one thing for certain: we would not go quietly into that dark night. We would rise. We would burn brighter. We would become the fire itself, and in that moment, we would be unbound. The clock ticks loudly, each second a drumbeat echoing in the hollow silence. In the dim light of the room, shadows twist and tremble, knowing secrets too dark to share. I stand near the window, the night air a sharp blade against my skin, a reminder of what I've lost. Across the street, the old oak tree stretches its gnarled branches like skeletal fingers reaching for something, anything, beyond its grasp. I can't shake the feeling that it knows. Knows what I've done. Margot stands on the edge of the room, her breath shallow, eyes wide with a blend of fear and anger. She's always had that fire, a flicker of rebellion that once ignited my heart. But now, it's a flame consuming her. You think you can justify this? Her voice is a razor's edge, slicing through the suffocating tension between us. I want to tell her I never meant for it to go this far, but the words catch in my throat, heavy with the weight of guilt and regret. I remember the phone call, the way her laughter echoed in my ear, bright and carefree. I remember the promise I made to her, a promise that now feels like a chain shackling me to this moment of horror. I can still hear his voice, that last, desperate plea. Please, don't do this. It echoes, a haunting refrain, and I can't escape it, can't escape him. Margot's fingers tremble as she grips the edge of the table, knuckles white as bone. He was your friend. How could you let this happen? Each word is a punch, striking me where it hurts most. I want to lash out, to scream that it wasn't supposed to be like this, that the shadows are not mine to command. But guilt coils around my heart like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every breath. Do you think I wanted this? I finally managed to say, voice cracking. Do you think I wanted to watch him die? The truth hangs heavy in the air. I can almost feel it, a palpable force that weighs down the space between us. Margot's eyes soften for a moment, vulnerability flashing before she hardens again, the pain of betrayal forming a wall I cannot breach. Then why didn't you stop it? She asks, the accusation sharp and raw. Why didn't you say something? I remember the shadows, the whispers in the dark, the way they promised power, freedom. I remember the thrill of playing a game far beyond my understanding, thinking I could control it. I was so damn naive, blinded by ambition and fear. I thought I could handle it, I confess, the admission tasting sour on my tongue. But can you ever handle guilt? Can you ever wield it without being cut by your own blade? The shadows flicker, morphing into ghostly figures that dance on the walls. I see him in my mind's eye, James, his smile bright as the sun, now extinguished. You let them take him, didn't you? Margot accuses, her voice a fractured echo of my own conscience. Each syllable a dagger, piercing through the numbness, forcing me to confront the truth I've buried so deep. Of course, I whisper, and the admission feels like a shackle forged anew. But I didn't think. The sentence dangles, unfinished, suspended in the air like a wish unfulfilled. I wanted to believe I could walk away unscathed, that the consequences wouldn't haunt me, but guilt is a relentless specter, its grip tightening with every regretful thought. Margot's expression shifts, the fire in her eyes dimming, replaced by something far more haunting, disappointment. You didn't think at all, she says, her voice trembling as if she's staring down a precipice, ready to leap into the abyss. Now look where we are. The words cut deep. I want to scream, to shake her and make her understand. I never asked for this. I never wanted any of it. But the chaos within me rides, a tempest of emotions that threatens to swallow me whole. I feel the world spinning out of control, as if the ground beneath my feet is crumbling, leaving only an abyss where once stood certainty. I remember, it spills out of me, a desperate confession. I remember when we were kids, how we used to dream about flying, about escaping this town, about being anything but us. Memories crash around me like waves, each one a reminder of innocence lost. Now look at us. Look at what we've done. The shadows grow heavier, swirling like storm clouds, and I sense the weight of our choices pressing down upon us. The darkness is alive, breathing, watching, whispering secrets I can't quite grasp. I wonder if it knows my name. I wonder if it laughs at my despair. I can feel it, the encroaching dread, the way it wraps around us like a shroud, suffocating and unyielding. Margot steps closer, her breath a ghost against my cheek. You have to own this, she urges, firm, unyielding, as if her voice could cut through the fog of my confusion. You have to face your guilt. It's an impossible task, a mountain I can't climb, yet her words hang in the air like a call to arms. Each heartbeat drums in my ears, an echo of my own cowardice. I don't know how, I admit weakly, the truth spilling from my lips. How can I carry this weight? How can I forgive myself? Forgiveness isn't about letting yourself off the hook, she replies softly, yet there's a steeliness in her gaze. It's about recognizing the truth of what you've done, about making peace with it before it consumes you. I look into her eyes, and for a moment, I see the flicker of hope in the depths of despair. It dances around us, teasing, urging me to reach for it, but fear grips my heart with icy fingers. Guilt is a relentless chain, a weight I cannot shed, and I feel myself being pulled down, deeper into the endless void. The shadows swirl, and I feel James's presence, a ghost lingering on the periphery of my mind, whispering, "You could have saved me." The words echo, a haunting chant, a reminder that I am not alone in this torment. Margot reaches for me, her hand warm against my cold skin, grounding me in this spiraling chaos. Together, she says, her breath matching the rhythm of my racing heart. We face this together. As the clock ticks on, I realize that this moment is not an end, but a beginning, a fractured mirror reflecting not just guilt, but the fragility of our choices, the weight of our pasts, and the uncertain hope for a future. Every word between us, a step toward redemption, every breath, a chance to reclaim what we've lost. And as the shadows loom larger, I understand, it is not the guilt that defines us, but how we choose to carry it. The confrontation is only beginning, and as we stand together in the eerie silence, I know the battle is far from over. The air was heavy with unspoken words, thick like fog, settling in the corners of a small, dimly lit room. Shadows danced on the walls, twisting like the thoughts that spiraled in Claire's mind. She stood there, heart racing, hands trembling as she clutched the letter, its ink still fresh, words sharp enough to slice through her soul. "I don't want to be your second choice." It echoed in her ears, a haunting refrain she couldn't escape. She was familiar with desire, the way it clutched at the throat, burning like fire and ice all at once. But this? This was agony. Across town, Jason leaned against the cold brick of a secluded alley, the vibrant city pulsing around him, unaware of his turmoil. He could hear the laughter of friends, the music spilling from bars, a vibrant tapestry woven with the threads of others' joy. But all he felt was the suffocating weight of want, his heart clawing for something just out of reach, like a distant star that winked at him but remained forever unattainable. He was haunted by the ghost of his past choices, the echoes of every moment that led him here, to this precipice of despair. "What have I done?" he whispered, voice cracking, the question a knife twisted deeper with each breath. Claire and Jason were two sides of the same coin, flawed, desperate, chasing shadows that flickered tantalizingly close but remained forever elusive. They had danced around each other for years, their lives interwoven with history, pain, and an undeniable chemistry that burned hotter than the sun. Yet, the more they reached for each other, the more it felt like trying to grasp smoke, slipping through fingers, evading capture. As night fell, Claire remembered a time when desire felt pure. Innocent. When they shared stolen glances across crowded rooms, laughter spilling like secrets into the air. But now, those echoes were tainted, marred by jealousy and betrayal. She felt the thorns pressing into her heart, sharp and relentless. Their roots dug deep, entwining with every hope and dream she had for a future that now felt like a cruel jest. Each thorn whispered lies, wrapping around her throat, squeezing tight. "You'll never be enough," they hissed. "You'll always be in the shadows of someone else's light." Jason's thoughts spiraled into darkness. The image of Claire's smile haunted him, a beacon flickering in an endless night. He remembered her laughter, the way it could lighten the heaviest of burdens. But he also remembered the day he chose comfort over passion, the moment he let her slip away, not because he didn't want her, but because he was terrified of wanting too much. Now, every heartbeat echoed his failure, every pulse a reminder of the moment he let desire turn into suffocation. The city hummed with life around him, oblivious to his inner turmoil. People moved like shadows, their faces blurred, their voices mere whispers in a cacophony of despair. "What do you want?" he screamed into the void. The walls didn't answer, but the silence was deafening. It pressed against him, a tangible weight that threatened to crush him whole. He clutched the brick wall, his fingers digging into the mortar as if he could ground himself, take root in something solid amidst the chaos of his desires. Back in her room, Claire closed her eyes, and memory surged like an unstoppable tide. She saw Jason's face, the way his eyes lit up when he spoke of his dreams. She remembered the warmth of his hand on her back, the electric charge that rushed through her when they stood too close. But with every recollection came the sorrow of what could have been a future painted in vibrant colors, now reduced to shades of gray. Would he ever truly see her? Or would she forever remain a shadow trailing behind his brighter desires? I remember, she whispered, the confession a prayer, a plea to the universe. I remember the moments that felt real, the way you looked at me when you thought no one was watching. The ache in her chest was almost unbearable, a throb that synchronized with the throbbing of the city's heartbeat outside. But now, I'm lost in the thorns of your choices. Outside, Jason finally took a step forward, heart pounding as he made a choice, one that echoed in the hollows of his being. He had to face her. The memories were ghosts that wouldn't let him rest. He was done hiding behind the walls he built, brick by brick, convinced they would shield him from the pain of longing. He had to confront the reality he created, the labyrinth of regrets he wandered aimlessly. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to move, the universe aligning in a chaotic dance of fate that nudged him forward. With each step, the thorns of desire pricked at his heart, reminding him of what he stood to lose, and what he might still gain. He wasn't just fighting for Claire, he was fighting for himself, for the boy who believed in love without bounds, before the world had taught him to be cautious. He could feel the pulse of the city, a backdrop to his internal tempest, urging him onward. Time felt fluid, stretching and contracting, moments weaving together like a tapestry of longing and regret. Claire stood in her room, feeling the weight of the letter still clutched in her hands, her heart racing as if in sync with the ticking clock on the wall. She felt something shift in the air, a magnetic pull that whispered promises of confrontation, of resolution. The thorns of desire throbbed, a painful reminder that wanting was not just about possession, it was about vulnerability, about laying bare your soul in the hopes of being seen. As Jason reached her door, a mixture of fear and hope surged within him, a tempest ready to break free. He lifted his hand, hesitating for a heartbeat, heart pounding like a war drum against his ribcage. Each breath felt like a prayer, every moment stretching into eternity. I'll risk it all, he thought, the determination igniting within him. For her. For me. In that pulse-pounding instant, both Claire and Jason stood on the brink, surrounded by the thorns of desire that had trapped them for far too long. They were two lost souls, aching for connection, desperately grappling with their flaws, their fears. And as the world outside faded into an oblivion of noise, they prepared to confront the darkness that lingered between them, each heartbeat echoing the uncharted territory of their shared desire, every breath a step toward the inevitable reckoning that awaited them. Chapter 8. The journey through pain. Historical accounts of suffering. The air was thick with smoke, acrid and choking, curling around the wooden beams like a serpent. The distant crack of wood splintering echoed through the narrow streets, each sound a herald of despair. I stood there, heart racing, as the glow of flames danced, consuming, feasting on the very memories we held dear. Screams pierced the night. I could hear them, each voice a tether to the past, each wail a reminder of what we had lost. In that moment, I was not just an observer, I was part of the chaos. I felt the sharp pang of guilt gnawing at my insides, a love once nurtured now reduced to ashes. Mara, my sister, stood beside me, her eyes wide with terror, reflecting the inferno. We can't just stand here, she cried, her voice a fragile thread against the cacophony. But what could we do? The flames roared like wild animals, consuming hope and swallowing the remnants of our lives in a single gulp. I remember the day, how could I forget? We had laughed, the sun warm on our skin, the scent of freshly baked bread wafting through the market square. I was young, naive, imagining a future where laughter drowned out sorrow. But now, as I watched the fire lick at the stars, that future crumbled like the walls around us. My hands trembled, not just from fear but from the weight of regret, the kind that settles in your bones and refuses to budge. Henry, we have to go. Mara tugged at my sleeve, her grip desperate. But I was paralyzed, caught between the present horror and the memories that clawed at my sanity. I could see our home, the modest thatched roof that had sheltered laughter and tears, now a mere silhouette against the raging inferno. And then there was Isaac, Mara's husband, my brother-in-law, whose bravery had always been a beacon in the dark. He charged forward, a human shield against the flames. Get to safety, he bellowed, his voice a thunderstorm amidst the crackling wood. But as he dashed toward the building, I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. I knew he was thinking of us, of the life we had built together, a fragile house of cards now threatened by the winds of fate. The heat intensified, a living entity that pressed against our skin, stinging like betrayal. I remember the way my heart raced, thrumming in my chest, each beat a countdown to something inevitable. What if we lose him? I whispered, my voice trembling, fragile as glass. Mara turned to me, her face a mask of fear and determination. We can't think like that. He's strong. But even as she said it, a shadow crossed her face, a flicker of uncertainty that mirrored my own. Time twisted, stretched into a grotesque parody of itself. Seconds felt like hours as Isaac battled the flames, his silhouette swallowed by smoke. Please? I choked out, as if the word could reach him, pull him back safely into our arms. But the fire roared louder, drowning out everything, the cries, the memories, the hope. Then it happened, the moment when reality shifted. I caught a glimpse of Isaac, his shirt singed, face hardened by the fury of the flames. He turned, his gaze locking onto mine, and in that brief exchange, we shared a silent conversation, the kind that binds souls together. I love you, I thought, though I didn't say it. How often do we fail to voice the words that matter most? The flames flickered, revealing shadows of our past, the laughter as we gathered around the table, stories spilling over like wine, the nights spent under the stars, dreams intermingling with the constellations, the mundane moments that now felt like treasures. I could feel loss creeping in, a shadow settling over my heart, cold and unyielding. And then, in a moment of sheer terror, the roof caved in, splintering wood and embers cascading like shooting stars. Isaac! I screamed, the word ripped from my throat like the very essence of my being. The world spun, time fracturing into a million shards, each one a reminder of the fragility of life. Mara's grip tightened around my arm, her breath quickening, panic etched deep into her features. We have to get out. Now! Her voice cut through my haze, and I felt the pull of survival, the instinct to run, to escape the inferno that threatened to consume us whole. But could we leave him? Could we abandon the one who had fought for our very existence? A part of me was already unraveling, threads of hope and despair warring within. The fire crackled ominously, a living beast. I wanted to turn and run, but I was anchored, a ship pulled beneath the waves by the weight of what IFS. The shadows danced around us, mocking our helplessness. Henry! Isaac appeared again, a ghost amidst the haze, and in that moment, he was more than a man, he was a symbol, a reminder of all we had fought for. He staggered, breathless, face smeared with soot, and I could see the determination etched in his features, as if he was willing to challenge the very cosmos for us. Go, he shouted, and there was no mistaking the urgency in his voice. Each heartbeat screamed in my ears as I turned, pulled by the gravity of survival, yet tethered by the love that spanned between us. I'll find you! I cried, unsure if he heard me above the roaring flames. Mara was already moving, dragging me with her, but I felt the ground shift, reality bending and warping. I could still hear the crackling fire, still see the shadows stretching like ghosts, promising both salvation and torment. Time throbbed on, and as we stumbled into the night, the very essence of suffering echoed around us. The city, once vibrant, alive, was now a graveyard of memories. I could still feel the flames licking at my heels, the promise of loss lingering like a bitter aftertaste. Through the suffocating smoke, I glanced back. Isaac whispered like a prayer. But he was gone, lost in the chaos, and the last vestiges of hope flickered out. The world spun, a whirlwind of emotions crashing over me, a storm fueled by pain and fear. We ran, but the shadow of that night would follow us forever, a reminder that in the journey through pain, we are never alone, even when the ones we love are lost to the flames. The clock ticks, its sound echoing through the hollow chamber like a heartbeat fading into nothingness. I stand before them, two figures locked in a battle of minds, their words slicing through the silence, sharp as daggers. A chill sweeps the room, the air thick with tension, like the moment before a storm breaks. I can feel it, a raw, electric charge between them. One believes in the weight of choice, The other insists destiny is a script we all follow, unwritten yet predetermined. It's a dance, a clash of wills, and the fate of every soul hangs in the balance. I can't help but think of Marla, her laughter echoing in my memory, a ghost in the air. She believed in free will, in the power of choice, every decision a small revolution against the universe's indifferent design. But I was anchored to the idea of predestination, a puppet on strings unseen, my life already drawn out like a thread in the fabric of time. I remember the day she looked me in the eyes, a challenge wrapped in her smile. "You can be more than a shadow," she said, her voice daring me to break free. "But how can you fight a fate written in the stars?" The philosopher in the room, Donovan, stands tall and formidable, his voice rising like thunder. "We are not mere spectators in this life," he booms, his conviction sending tremors through the very floor beneath us. "Each choice carves our path, each moment a chance to redefine our story." His eyes blaze with an intensity that makes me want to believe him, to cling to the illusion of control. But beside him, the calm, unyielding presence of Ilara, her gaze piercing yet serene, counters every fiery word. And yet, she counters, each syllable dripping with a quiet certainty. What if we are nothing more than characters in a grand narrative, each move dictated by forces beyond our understanding? How can we resist a fate we cannot see? The contrast between them is palpable, it vibrates in the air like an unplayed chord. Donovan's energy crackles like a wildfire, ready to consume everything in its path. Ilara, cool and composed, feels like the ocean, vast, timeless, and unknowable. I feel the pull of their arguments, each tugging at my heartstrings, and I'm trapped in the middle, a pawn court in their chess match of ideologies. I remember the look on Marla's face when I confessed my fears of being merely a spectator. She shook her head, defiance lighting her eyes. "You're more than that. You write your own narrative." But now, in this room where the air is thick with philosophical tension, I feel the weight of my doubts crashing against the fortress of their beliefs. The shadows lengthen, creeping along the walls, whispering secrets of a fate I can't escape. Every so often, I catch a glimpse of the clock, its hands spinning, mocking me with the relentless passage of time. What if Marla was right? What if I could break free from this spiral of despair? The thoughts whirl around me, each one a ghost from the past pulling me deeper into uncertainty. Every moment is a choice, Donovan asserts, his fists clenched, as if he's wrestling the very concept of fate into submission. Every heartbeat defies the universe's design. His gaze pierces through me, daring me to agree, to join him in his rebellion. There's a fire in his voice, a passion that could ignite a revolution, but I can't shake the echo of Ilara's calm assertion. "And yet, even our desires are preordained," she replies softly, her words like a lullaby woven with melancholy. How can we claim freedom when our wills are shaped by a tapestry far greater than ourselves? I can feel the walls closing in around us, the intensity of their debate boiling over, and I'm suffocating in the collision of their convictions. I want to scream, to shout that I am real, that my choices matter. But every breath feels heavy, each inhalation a reminder of the chains of fate that bind me. I see flashes of Marla's smile, her eyes shining with hope, and I remember how she made me feel alive. What if? I whisper under my breath, a question echoing back through the years. What if we're both wrong? The clock ticks on, a heartbeat counting down to an inevitable conclusion. The shadows writhe, twisting around the corners of my mind, taunting me with visions of lost possibilities. I see myself in a kaleidoscope of futures, each one branching off, each choice leading to another path, another fear. The room grows colder, and I shiver, the tension rising like a tide ready to crash. I am a paradox, trapped between the belief that I can forge my destiny and the reality that perhaps I am simply following a script written by forces unseen. Ilara's voice cuts through the chaos, calm yet firm. We are both shackled and free, creatures of our choices and yet prisoners of fate. Her words hang in the air like a fog, thick and suffocating. I feel the truth in her statement, an unsettling realization that sends shivers down my spine. The struggle within me claws at my insides, a battle between the desire for control and the acceptance of surrender. I remember how Marla used to laugh at the absurdity of existence. Life is a cosmic joke, she would say, and we're all just unwilling participants. Donovan shakes his head, disbelief etched on his features. You cannot accept a life dictated by the cosmos. Fight back. Challenge the stars. His arms sweep through the air, as if he is willing the universe to bend at his command. I want to scream my agreement but feel the weight of despair pulling me under. Can you fight against the very fabric of existence, or are we all simply actors in a play where the script is already written? As they argue, the room pulses with their energy, a tension that clings to me like a shroud. I'm caught in a tempest, the winds of their words swirling around me. I can feel each heartbeat, each breath, a frantic rhythm echoing the struggle inside. The ghosts of my past close in, their whispers dancing on the edge of my consciousness. What if I could seize my fate? What if I could breathe life into every choice, every moment? But then the shadows loom larger, the weight of predestination pressing down like a dark cloud, and doubt floods my mind. In this storm of conflicting beliefs, I stand frozen, heart racing, mind spinning. The clock ticks, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. Each chime a reminder of the choices I've made, the paths I've walked, and the roads not taken. The debate rages on, voices rising and falling, a crescendo of passion that tugs at the very core of my being. There's no resolution, no conclusion, just the haunting echo of uncertainty that will follow me beyond this moment. I can't breathe, can't think. I remember Marla's words, her laughter. I can't let the darkness win. I have to choose. I have to believe. And yet, as the waves of their argument crash against the shore of my consciousness, I am left hanging in the balance, a mere spectator in a cosmic theater where the curtain never falls. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of smoke and despair. A distant scream pierced through the night, echoing off crumbling stone walls, reverberating with the weight of history. I stood there, trembling, watching as the flickering shadows danced on the walls of the cathedral, where hope and fear entwined like lovers in the dark. In that moment, it was impossible not to feel the pulse of the ages, the heartbeat of 1,000 souls crying out for redemption, for understanding. I remember the chill in the air, a bite that didn't just sink into the skin but gnawed at the very bone. The Inquisition had come like a thunderstorm, a relentless force that rained down upon the innocent and guilty alike. And there was no escape, no sanctuary, only the flickering torches illuminating faces twisted with fear and remorse, hope extinguished like the last light of day. There was Ilara, her spirit a wild flame flickering in the cold darkness. She was a healer, a woman who knew the secrets of herbs and remedies, but in this world, her knowledge was a curse. They whispered her name, called her a witch, a harbinger of misfortune. And oh, how the crowd loved their scapegoats, their easy explanations for the inexplicable. Ilara stood in the square, her heart pounding, the weight of accusations pressing down like a stone. I only heal, she cried, but no one listened. The chill of the night wrapped around her like a shroud, and the flames of the pyre crackled in the distance. Then there was Thomas, a man caught in the twisted net of loyalty and fear. He was a guard, sworn to protect, but his heart was hollow, a shell filled with remorse. He looked upon Ilara with longing, with a love that could never bloom in a garden of ash. I remember, he whispered to himself, the laughter we shared, the dreams we wove under the stars. But what were dreams now? Only ghosts, haunting him with every step he took toward the gallows, every piece of parchment he signed sealing another fate. Forgive me, he murmured as he stood at the edge, the weight of his sword feeling like a noose around his neck. The moon hung heavy, a ghostly witness to the horrors unfolding beneath its gaze. Heartbeats echoed in the silence, a rhythm of desperation, of urgency. Ilara's eyes met Thomas's across the square, a connection forged in the fires of shared memories, but the distance between them felt insurmountable. Help me, she mouthed, her voice swallowed by the gathering storm of chaos. His heart raced like a caged bird, fluttering against the bars of duty and despair. I could feel the heat of the torches as they drew closer, illuminating faces twisted with fanaticism and fear. It was a grotesque play, one I never wanted a part in, yet here I was, standing on the precipice of human cruelty. I remember the tales of brave knights and noble quests, I thought bitterly, but they never told us about the darkness lurking in the heart of man. The crowd surged, a malicious wave of hatred ready to crash on the shores of innocence. Shouts filled the air, a cacophony of sins laid bare. Burn her? Burn the witch! The chant built like a storm, gathering momentum, drowning out the cries of reason and compassion. I felt a shiver run down my spine, the primal fear of being swept away by the tide of mob mentality. What would it take to pull us back from the edge of this abyss? Please, Ilara's voice trembled, raw and broken. I am no witch. I am only a woman. But the truth no longer mattered. It was buried beneath layers of prejudice, fear, and the insatiable hunger for a scapegoat. In the heart of the chaos, Thomas hesitated, the sword in his hand trembling. His loyalty to the crown clashed violently with the love he held for Ilara. What is justice? He pondered, voice barely a whisper, as if speaking the question might conjure the answers. Each heartbeat echoed louder, drowning out the noise. Is it justice to condemn the innocent? Is it justice to let fear guide the hand that takes life? Time stretched, a taut wire ready to snap. I could see the threads of fate weaving tighter, drawing Thomas and Ilara closer yet pushing them apart. The flames of the pyre danced ominously, casting shadows that whispered of doom. I could almost hear the laughter of the past mocking the present, a cruel reminder of the absurdity of life and death. Remember the laughter. Ilara's eyes sparkled with a fierce determination, even in the face of annihilation. Remember the joy we shared beneath the stars. But the stars felt distant, consumed by the smoke of burning souls, as Thomas was torn between the man he was trained to be and the man his heart yearned to become. The crowd surged again, pushing forward, demanding blood, demanding satisfaction. I could feel the electric charge in the air, a storm brewing that promised to break in violence and wrath. And at the center of it all stood Ilara, a defiant flame against the encroaching darkness. Do you not see? She cried, arms outstretched, as if to embrace all the souls lost in this madness. We are all sinners in this tale, bound by our fears, by our hatred. Thomas stepped forward, heart racing, as if propelled by some unseen force, each step a battle against the swirling chaos. I remember, he shouted, voice rising above the din, the dreams we painted with laughter, the love that dared to bloom even in this cursed earth. But his declaration felt small against the roar of the crowd, a fragile candle flickering against the wind. And in that moment, time fractured. The faces around me blurred, their motivations lost in the fog of history and humanity. I saw not just Ilara and Thomas, but every soul whose fate had been sealed by ignorance and fear. The scene played out like a nightmare, a tragic ballet of shadow and light, love and hate, hope and despair. Forgive me, Thomas whispered, the words a prayer, a promise wrapped in guilt. But would it be enough? Would love ever be enough to bridge the chasm that threatened to consume them both? As the crowd's chant crescendoed, I felt my own heart racing, caught in the fray. Was there a way to break through this madness? Was there a way for love to rise, phoenix-like, from the ashes of fear? Or would darkness swallow the last flicker of light? Yet, somewhere in the chaos, a small but fierce glimmer of hope ignited, and I could not shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. As the fire crackled and the crowd roared, I sensed a shift in the air. The darkness was not insurmountable. It never had been. Each soul held a flicker of truth, a spark that could illuminate the shadows. And with that thought, I stood on the precipice of the next moment, the next chapter, where the echoes of the past would collide with the hopes for the future. In the shadows of an ancient city, where the air thickens with the scent of smoke and despair, a single candle flickers in the midst of a gathering storm. The wind howls like a banshee, rattling the wooden shanties, and the sky bleeds into an unsettling hue of bruised purple and grey. In this moment of chaos, I stand in a crumbling alley, heart racing, pulse pounding against my chest like a caged bird desperate for freedom. My fingers tremble, clutching the worn pages of a tattered scripture, the word scrawled in ink that seems to pulse with a life of its own. Forgiveness, I whisper, the word escaping my lips like a sacred incantation. But what does it mean when the heart is heavy with the weight of betrayal and sorrow? I remember, the face of my brother, once a beacon of light in my life, now a ghost haunting my every thought. Betrayed by the one I trusted most, the knife of his actions twisted deeper with every heartbeat. I feel the cold steel of it still, embedded firmly in my soul. Across the alley, a woman covered in rags stands trembling, her eyes wide and glassy like those of a deer caught in headlights. Ilara, they call her, a name that once held beauty, now marred by the grime of regret and desperation. She clutches a small child to her chest, the innocent boy's brown curls damp with tears. The world around us seems to shrink to this single moment, the air crackling with unspoken words, a tempest of emotion swirling like a gathering storm. Ilara, we have to go, I say, but the urgency in my voice feels like sand slipping through the hourglass of time. She shakes her head, her breath catching in her throat. I can't leave him. Not again. Her words are like shards of glass, cutting through the tension, revealing the raw wound beneath. I remember the echoes of laughter from years past, a time when we danced beneath the stars, free as the night breeze. But the laughter died, stolen away by the darkness that creeps in when betrayal festers like a wound left untreated. Around us, the city pulses, alive with the sounds of anguish and despair. I can feel it, the weight of 1,000 forgotten prayers hanging in the air like smoke. It seeps into my skin, weaving itself into the fabric of my being. I close my eyes, allowing the memories to crash over me like waves, a tidal force of love and loss. I remember the scripture Ilara read to me once, her voice soft as silk, "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall receive mercy." But what kind of mercy can exist in a world where kindness crumbles to dust beneath the weight of betrayal? I want to scream, to shake the heavens with my anguish. To demand justice, not just for myself but for Ilara, for her child, for every soul lost in this wretched city. Please, I say again, softer now. We can find a way. I'll help you. Just come with me. But the shadows cling to her, whispering lies that wrap around her like chains. The storm outside rages, ferocious and unyielding, mirroring the tempest within us both. I can't forgive him, she whispers, and the words hang in the air, heavy as lead. Not after what he did. I see the flash of past pain in her eyes, the betrayal that turned love into a battlefield. It was not just her brother who had betrayed her, it was the very essence of trust, twisted and shattered like glass. And then, in the thick silence that follows, I feel the pull of my own demons rising, clawing to the surface. I have struggled with my own darkness, the doubts and fears that gnaw at the edges of my sanity. The night I found my brother, knelt in prayer for his own sins, was the night the world shifted beneath my feet. I had begged him for forgiveness, an apology that felt like a lifeline tossed in a storm. Instead, he had pushed the knife deeper, shattering our bond, leaving me with nothing but echoes of what once was. Forgiveness is a choice, I say, grasping at straws, my voice wavering. It's not about him. It's about you. It's about breaking free. The words feel inadequate, like trying to patch a gaping wound with mere thread. I can't, she chokes, tears streaming down her dirt-streaked face. I can't forgive what I can never forget. The child stirs against her, sensing his mother's turmoil, and in his small, innocent face, I see the flicker of hope, the flicker of what could be, if only we can find a way out of this tempest. Around us, the storm reaches a crescendo, wind howling like a banshee, rain lashing against the cobblestones as if the heavens themselves are weeping. I stand rooted, caught in this raw moment, the weight of the world pressing down upon my shoulders. The universe seems to pause, holding its breath as we teeter at the brink of despair and redemption. Then let's carry it together, I implore, desperation lacing my voice. I'll bear the weight with you. We can find the light, even here in this darkness. Her gaze meets mine, and for a fleeting heartbeat, I see a flicker, the fragile ember of possibility igniting beneath the layers of pain. But even as the flicker dances, ghosts of the past loom large, shadows that refuse to be exorcised. I remember the stories we told as children, of divine mercy, of the weight lifted by the act of forgiving. But the stories felt like fairy tales, floating on the breath of a forgotten time. They felt distant as I stand here, drenched in the reality of anguish, fear, and uncertainty. Forgiveness isn't easy, I murmur, the words heavy with the weight of truth. It's a battle, a war waged in silence. The air thickens with tension, the storm raging outside a reflection of the tempest within us. Ilara draws a shaky breath, the sound a fragile thread stretching thin, ready to snap. What if I can't, she whispers, her eyes wide and terrified. And in that moment, the world sharpens into focus. The air crackles with something electric, a promise woven into the very fabric of existence. The storm continues to howl, yet somehow, amidst the chaos, I find a sense of calm settling deep within me. I can't answer her question, not fully, but I know this: we are here, standing together in the eye of the storm, and perhaps that's enough for now. Time stretches and warps as the shadows lengthen, whispering the secrets of mercy and reconciliation. In the depths of despair, we cling to the faint light of forgiveness, a flickering flame that dares to ignite the darkness. And so we stand, hearts pounding, ready to confront not just the storm outside, but the storms that rage within. The world waits, holding its breath, as we take the first step toward the light. The knife clattered to the floor, its metallic scream echoing through the cramped kitchen, tipping the delicate balance of silence. Margaret stood there, trembling, her breath hitching in her throat, a wild storm raging behind her eyes. She was just trying to cook dinner, just trying to be normal. But normalcy had become a vast ocean of dread, and she was drowning. The smell of burnt garlic lingered in the air, a bitter reminder of her unraveling life, of the whispers that curled like smoke around her, reaching into every corner of her existence. Across town, Dan was watching the chaos unfold from his window, captivated by the flickering shadows of a community unraveling. He was a ghost in his own life, drifting in and out of conversations, a mere shadow. When the council had announced their intentions to judge Margaret for the incident at the park, he felt a sickening twist in his gut. The townsfolk were quick to cast stones, their judgments sharper than any knife. They thrived on the misery of others, feasting on fear like vultures on carrion. He could almost hear their murmurs, see the pointed fingers, the eyes filled with a twisted sense of righteousness. "I remember when we were friends," he muttered to himself, his voice barely breaking through the heavy stillness that surrounded him. Years of shared laughter, of secrets exchanged in the warm glow of summer nights, felt like a lifetime ago. Now, those same memories clung to him like a shroud, suffocating and heavy. Margaret had always been fierce, a wildfire of a woman, unapologetically herself. But today, she was crumbling under the weight of their judgment, her spirit flickering like a candle in a tempest. It was a grotesque twist of fate, how the very community that had once celebrated her had turned into a court ready to condemn her. "They don't know," she whispered, tears mingling with the sweat on her brow, each sob a punctuation mark in the narrative of her despair. "They don't know the truth." And what was the truth? The truth was an echo, a haunting refrain that danced just out of reach. Margaret thought of her son, Jamie, who watched the world through eyes too innocent to comprehend the darkness that crept into their lives. He was outside now, playing a game with imaginary friends, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in the hearts of the adults around him. Her heart cracked a little more with every laugh that rang out, every innocent giggle that felt like a knife to her already shattered soul. Dan felt the burn of guilt lodge deep in his chest as he watched her from afar. Every day he stood by, a spectator to her downfall, an unwilling participant in their community's cruel game. "Why don't you say something?" his conscience screamed at him, but he remained silent. Silence had become a refuge, a cocoon he wrapped around himself. But now, with Margaret's suffering laid bare, he wondered if it was too late to break free from the shackles of his own fear. The townsfolk gathered, a sea of disapproving faces, and he could feel their energy crackling in the air, electric and oppressive. Under their gaze, he felt exposed, raw. They whispered about Margaret, "She's lost her mind, what if she's dangerous?" He wanted to scream, to tell them that they were the real threat, that their judgment was a poison that seeped into the hearts of the innocent. But the word stalled in his throat, a bitter taste of cowardice coating his tongue. Margaret could sense the eyes on her, the weight of their judgment pressing down like a vice. She clutched the counter, her knuckles white, fighting against the tide of despair that threatened to pull her under. "I won't break," she repeated to herself like a mantra. "I will not be defined by their hatred." But every whisper felt like a blade, each judgment a bruise on her soul. Her heart raced, pounding in time with the clock on the wall, each tick a reminder of the fleeting nature of hope. In that moment, she caught Dan's gaze through the window. For a heartbeat, their eyes locked, and something shifted. A spark ignited, a flicker of understanding. He saw her pain, the way her grief was raw and pulsing beneath the surface. Help me," her eyes seemed to plead, and for the first time, the silence between them was filled with possibility, a chance to rise against the judgment that threatened to engulf them both. The storm within him roared to life. He couldn't hide anymore. He couldn't watch her suffer in silence. Gritting his teeth, he stepped out from the shadows of his own fears, his pulse racing as he crossed the threshold. The murmurs of the crowd faded, replaced by the sound of his heartbeat, a steady drum leading him into the fray. "Stop," he shouted, the single word slicing through the air like the knife that had fallen. The crowd turned, and for a moment, time froze. All eyes were on him, both the accusers and the accused. He felt the weight of their judgment, but he held his ground, his voice steady. "You don't know what you're doing. You're tearing apart a person who's already broken." The shock rippled through the crowd. Margaret's eyes widened, a flicker of hope sparking in the depths of her despair. "Dan," she whispered, as if drawing strength from his defiance. He took a step closer, not just to her, but to everyone. "We've all been afraid. Afraid of the unknown. Afraid of each other. But tearing someone down doesn't make us stronger, it makes us weak." His voice broke, trembling, but he pressed on, fueled by a desperate need to reach her, to reach them all. "We should be lifting each other up, not pushing each other down. That's what a community is supposed to be." With that, the air crackled, heavy with tension. The crowd shifted, uncertainty seeping into their rigid stances. Some lowered their eyes, the shame replacing judgment. Others remained defiant, but the tide was turning. Margaret felt a wave of emotion crash over her. Maybe, just maybe, this was the moment they could break free from the chains of fear that had bound them for so long. In that heartbeat, she remembered the laughter of her son, the warmth of friendship, the beauty of connection. And she took a step forward, not just for herself but for everyone standing there, waiting with bated breath, caught between judgment and support. The clock ticked on, time suspended in an electric silence, the world holding its breath. In that moment, they stood on the precipice, not just of confrontation, but of transformation. The shadows that had loomed large began to recede, revealing the flickering light of hope. It was a fragile flame, but it was enough to ignite a fire. Together, they could face the storm. Together, they could become something more than mere bystanders in their own lives. As the skies darkened outside, the heartbeats of the community synced, each pulse a promise of change, a testament to resilience, a new chapter waiting to be written. The night was thick with the scent of smoke and regret, a pungent fog curling around the alleyways of a city that had long forgotten the meaning of light. Somewhere in the shadows, a heartbeat quickened, a desperate rhythm against the silence. I could hear it thumping, a desperate drummer urging me to remember. I remember the last time I saw her face. The moon hung low, casting a silver glow on her tears. "You think you can just walk away," she had whispered, her voice like a rusted blade cutting through the air. The weight of her loss crushed me, filled my lungs with ash, and still, I ran. I remember the taste of betrayal, bitter as burnt coffee, sharp as glass. I was the sinner, and she, my unwitting saint, left behind in a world that spun faster than I could chase. Across the street, a man stood, hands shoved deep into the pockets of a coat too big for him, an armor against the chill that gnawed at the edges of his resolve. David, my older brother, my mirror, and my spectre. I could see his breath escaping in ghostly puffs, each exhalation a small confession. "You think I don't know?" he growled into the night, his anger crackling like a distant fire. "You think I can't feel your guilt?" I wanted to scream back, to tell him it wasn't guilt, it was a suffocating blanket of shame, draped over my shoulders like a shroud. But the words caught in my throat, and instead, I breathed in the smoke, letting it fill the empty spaces in my chest. The shadows warped and twisted around us, taunting my memories. In the distance, a clock chimed, each stroke a reminder of the inexorable march of time, a countdown to my inevitable confrontation with the ghosts of my past. I remember the dreams that haunted my nights, the faces of those I had wronged flickering like fireflies, illuminating the darkness just long enough to wrench my heart into a vice. In those dreams, I would reach for them, for forgiveness, for solace, but they always slipped away, dissolving into the ether like whispers in a storm. And now, standing here, I felt their absence like a wound, raw and bleeding. David stepped closer, eyes narrowing, as if he could pierce through the fog of my denial. "You think you can fix this?" His voice was low, dangerous. "You can't just say you're sorry and expect everything to change." He was right, of course. But I was a fool, an absolute fool, believing I could erase the stain of my choices with empty apologies. A crash echoed from the alley behind us, pulling my attention. A group of shadows spilled into the street, laughing, taunting. They were the specters of my past, friends turned into adversaries, loyalties twisted into betrayal. I felt the stirrings of fear, an electric pulse that coursed through my veins. Run, I thought, but my feet were anchored to the ground, rooted in my own failures. I remember when loyalty meant everything, the nights spent under the stars, dreaming of futures unwritten. But those dreams had been buried beneath the weight of my sins, and now, I squinted into the darkness, seeking redemption in the faces of those I had hurt. Each laughter echoed like a gunshot, a reminder of the lives I had shattered. "Say something." David's voice cut through my haze, laced with desperation. "You can't let them have power over you." But how could I speak when the truth was a jagged shard lodged in my throat? The laughter grew louder, a cacophony of judgment that drowned out my thoughts. Then, like a spark igniting dry grass, I felt rage boiling beneath my skin. "I didn't ask for any of this." My voice rang out, fierce and unyielding. I stepped forward, feeling the weight of their stares, their sneers. "I didn't ask to be the villain in my own story." The laughter faltered, replaced by a heavy silence that hung like a storm cloud, pregnant with unspoken words. I had crossed a line, dared to confront my demons, and now, the air crackled with tension. David's hand gripped my shoulder, grounding me, anchoring me to the reality of the moment. "Face them," he urged, his voice a low murmur. "Face yourself." I remember the moment I turned towards the shadows, a breathless heartbeat slipping past my lips. "Why are you here?" I asked, fear lacing my words, but beneath it, a flicker of hope ignited. "What do you want from me?" The biggest figure stepped forward, his eyes glinting with malice, and for an instant, I saw the boy he once was, the friend I had betrayed. "We want what you owe us. You think you can just walk away from the mess you made?" Their demands hung in the air, thick like fog, but I knew then, the struggle wasn't about them. It never had been. It was about facing the reflection of my own choices. "I'm not the same," I said, voice trembling. "I'm trying to change." But change felt like a distant star, beautiful yet unreachable, a flicker of light in an endless void. I could feel the shadows of my past creeping closer, whispers clawing at the edges of my mind. "You'll never escape," they jeered, voices echoing through eternity. But I inhaled deeply, filling my lungs with the chill air of this haunted night. "Maybe I won't escape," I admitted, heart racing like a wild stallion, "but I'll face it." And in that moment, time fractured, splintered like glass. The shadows flickered, their laughter fading into a haunting silence. I was standing at the precipice of my own soul, daring to leap, not for redemption, but for the courage to embrace the chaos I had created. As I looked into my brother's eyes, I felt the weight of the world slide from my shoulders, if only just a fraction. "Let them come," I whispered, heart pounding with raw emotion. "I'm ready." The night wove itself around us, a tapestry of shadows and light, and I realized that this struggle, the individual struggle, was not just mine but a universal agony we all dance with. And in that shared pain, perhaps, lay the seeds of redemption. Time stretched, the shadows lingered, and the confrontation loomed closer, a heartbeat away, ready to swallow me whole. But this time, I would not hesitate. I would face my sins and walk through the fire, unyielding. The echoes of laughter faded, the clock ticked relentlessly forward, and I stood, alive, trembling, and unbroken. The clock ticked ominously, each second a weight pressing down on Jenna's chest, amplifying the silence that enveloped her small apartment. She stood frozen, eyes locked on the empty chair across the table, the chair that should have been filled by her brother, Lucas. The memories rushed in, raw and visceral, like a haunted whisper that clawed at her insides. I remember that night. I remember the laughter that once echoed in these walls, the playful jabs, the shared secrets that now felt like daggers. Guilt, a relentless specter, clawed at her from the shadows. It seeped into her skin, into her mind, making every breath a struggle. Outside, the city throbbed with life, oblivious to the personal apocalypse unfolding within her. Sirens wailed in the distance, punctuating the stillness, reminding her of the chaos that had erupted just days before. Lucas had been laughing, carefree, as they stood at the corner of Maple and Fifth, and then everything shattered. A flash of headlights, a sickening thud. She hadn't been able to move, hadn't been able to scream. And now guilt was afire within her, consuming her, yet it felt so cold, like ice lodged in her veins. Across town, Marcus paced, the soles of his shoes slapping against the grimy pavement as fragments of the night replayed in his mind, an unending loop of anguish and regret. He had been there, feet planted, hands raised in a futile attempt to intervene. I remember his laughter, the way it danced in the air before it was extinguished. What if I had done something? What if I had pulled him back? Each question was a knife, each answer a deeper wound. Guilt wrapped around him like a vice, tightening with every thought, every memory that flooded his mind. He could still hear the sound of the impact, the sickening crunch, the visceral silence that followed. He had stood there, in shock, while Jenna screamed, a sound that shattered the world around him, a primal cry that would haunt him forever. He had thought he was strong, that he could protect them both. But that night had laid bare his fragility, exposing him to the rawness of reality like an open wound in the dark. Back at Jenna's apartment, she shook, the shadows whispering their accusations, reminding her that she had been the one to suggest they go out that night, to celebrate, to forget for just a moment. Her laughter rang in her ears, twisted and mocking. I wanted to have fun. I wanted to be normal. But normal was a distant memory now, a cruel joke that made her stomach churn. She had made a choice, a decision that had led to this, the flames of guilt licking at her heels, threatening to engulf her whole. Jenna! The voice echoed through the silence, a frantic urgency that broke through her reverie. It was Marcus, his silhouette appearing in the doorway, eyes wide, breathing ragged. He stepped into the room, and the atmosphere shifted, heavy with unspoken words. They had never spoken about that night. The weight of it was too great, an abyss that neither dared to approach. But as he stood there, she could see the guilt etched into his features, the same torment reflected in her own eyes. "Did you think about it?" he asked, voice trembling, as if the question itself was a fragile thing that might shatter if spoken too loudly. "Did you think it was your fault?" Each word was a hammer, striking at the wall she had built around her heart. Tears threatened to spill as she shook her head, but the truth curled in her throat like a serpent. The words caught, clawing at her insides. I thought we could be free. Just for a night." The truth hung between them, a ghostly figure that neither could touch, yet both felt its presence acutely. Marcus stepped closer, the tension electric, the air thick with shared pain. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I wish I could take it back." But there was no taking it back. Their words collided and fell, echoing in the hollow space where laughter had once thrived. The past replayed in fragments, snapshots of happiness turned into shards of glass that cut deep. I remember the way Lucas had looked at them, eyes sparkling with mischief, the promise of the night stretching out before them like an endless horizon. Now, it was a barren landscape, scarred and desolate. And then, the dam broke. Jenna cried, the sound raw and unrestrained, while Marcus's own tears spilled, carving paths down his cheeks. They stood in the ruins of their dreams, clinging to each other like survivors in a shipwreck, the storm of their emotions raging. Each sob was a release, a moment of clarity amid the chaos, a fleeting glimpse of the bond that had once brought them joy, now twisted by guilt and regret. But guilt was a fire that ignited even the tiniest spark, and as they collapsed into each other, something shifted, the weight of their shared pain began to forge a new connection, one tempered by the flames of their anguish. They were not alone in this, not lost in the darkness as they had feared. In that moment, they understood the depth of their bond, the power of their shared memories, and the haunting screams of the past that reverberated through their souls. The flickering shadows in the corners seemed to retreat, just for an instant, revealing the possibility of healing, the glimmer of hope amidst the ashes. But the fire within was not extinguished, it simmered just beneath the surface, a constant reminder that guilt never truly sleeps. It would be there in quiet moments, lurking in the echoes of laughter, in the stillness of night, a companion they could never shake off, always whispering, always pressing. And as they held each other, the world outside continued its relentless march forward. Time moved on, but they remained suspended in that moment, trapped in a dance of grief and understanding, the shadows of the past still looming large, waiting for the next opportunity to ignite the flames once more. The air was thick, saturated with the scent of incense and desperation, the kind that clings to you like a bad memory. The wooden floor creaked under the weight of unspoken sins as Elena stood at the center of the dimly lit room, trembling with a mixture of dread and anticipation. She could almost hear the ghosts of her ancestors whispering, their voices threading through the fabric of the night, warning her, or perhaps urging her on. In every shadow, she felt their disapproval, their agony, a chorus of souls trapped between the realms of sin and redemption. Outside, the wind howled like a wounded animal, rattling the windows, each gust a reminder of the chaos swirling in the world beyond. It was Sam's voice that cut through the tempest, breaking the silence like glass shattering in slow motion. "Elena, you can't turn back now." His eyes, dark pools of anguish, searched hers for resolve, but all she saw was fear mirrored back. He was the anchor, and yet, in that moment, he felt utterly adrift. "I remember," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "I remember when we thought our pasts were behind us." The memories crashed like waves against her chest, laughter, shared secrets, the reckless abandon of youth. But that was before the fire, before the day everything had changed. The day they had to confront the darkness that had curled its fingers around their lives like a serpent, squeezing the breath from their lungs. Sam clenched his jaw, the muscles working beneath his skin a testament to his inner turmoil. "You think this ritual will change anything? We're just dancing with shadows." He was right, of course. With every chant they uttered, every movement they made, they were inviting the very sins they wished to escape. But what choice did they have? Elena's heart raced, a fractured metronome keeping time with the chaos within. The candle flames flickered, casting erratic shadows that twisted and morphed into the faces of those they had wronged. Each flicker was a reminder, a child abandoned, a promise broken, a life lost to the abyss. "Maybe," she replied, the word hanging in the air like a fragile promise, "but if we don't try, we'll drown in this guilt." The room pulsed with an unseen energy, the air vibrating with the weight of their regrets. In the corner, a clock ticked relentlessly, each second a mocking reminder of the time they had lost, of the lives they had shattered. It felt like a countdown to something inevitable, something they could neither control nor escape. I remember the night we stole the life of that child," Elena choked out, the words clawing their way up her throat. They had been reckless, foolish, caught in the thrill of youthful rebellion, the intoxicating rush of power. But the cost had been too high, and now the ghost of that innocent child lingered in the corners of their minds, refusing to let them forget. Sam's hands trembled as he traced the patterns carved into the wooden altar before them, the ancient symbols tinged with the weight of their shared sins. "What if this doesn't work?" he asked, his voice breaking, vulnerability spilling out like blood from an open wound. "What if we're just making it worse?" The thought sank into her like a stone, dragging her deeper into despair. She could almost hear the laughter of the devil dancing outside, mocking their attempts at redemption. But what was the alternative? To live in this suffocating darkness, shackled to their past? "I don't want to live like this," Elena whispered, the weight of her words hanging in the air, a confession, a plea. And in that moment, she felt a flicker of something, hope, perhaps, or just sheer desperation. She needed this ritual, needed it to cleanse the stains of their shared history, to lift the burden that had settled upon their souls like a heavy shroud. As they began the incantation, voices mingling in a symphony of despair and yearning, the room seemed to contract and expand, pulsing with their shared breath. Each word felt like a knife, slicing through the silence, carving out the darkness that had taken root in their hearts. It was a raw, visceral thing, their emotions spilling forth, unfiltered and unrefined, crashing against the walls of the small room. Elena's voice soared higher, trembling with intensity, a plea to the universe, or perhaps a challenge. "We are here," she cried, "we are sorry." Each word echoed, ricocheting off the walls and spiraling into the depths of the night, carrying with it their anguish, their regrets, their desperate hope for absolution. And just as they reached the apex of their chant, the air thickened, coiling around them like a living entity, and a sudden chill swept through the room. Elena gasped, the temperature dropping as if the very fabric of reality was bending to accommodate their anguish. Shadows writhed, coalescing into shapes, faces formed from the darkness, watching them with hollow eyes, expectant. Sam gasped beside her, the fear etched into his features stark against the flickering candlelight. "What have we done?" he murmured, the question hanging like a damning verdict. "I don't know," she confessed, heart racing, each beat a reminder of the life she'd once lived, of the love she had nearly destroyed. They stood at the edge of something vast and terrifying, redemption or damnation, and the air crackled with the tension of possibility. In that moment of pure, spine-tingling intensity, as the shadows encroached upon them, they were not just two flawed souls, but every person who had ever wandered through the dark corridors of guilt and shame. They were the echoes of every culture that had faced its sins through ritual, the weight of every heart that had yearned for forgiveness but trembled at the cost. And as they faced what lay ahead, knees trembling, hearts racing, they understood, this ritual was not merely a performance, but a reckoning. They were not alone, they were bound by the threads of humanity's shared struggle to cope with the sins of the past, to chase the ever-elusive light of redemption. And in that darkness, amid the swirling shadows, they felt an unbreakable connection, a lifeline pulling them into the unknown. The wind howled outside, but within those four walls, something ancient and powerful stirred, waiting for them to take the next step, a leap into the void of the unknown, into the very heart of their fears. The air is thick with smoke and the scent of singed flesh, a cloying fog that drapes itself over the charred remains of a once vibrant town. I stand there, heart pounding, each beat echoing in my ears like the rapid-fire cadence of a drum. The fire crackles, a laughable parody of warmth, and in that moment, I am suspended between horror and numbness. My breath comes in shallow gasps, and I can feel the heat clawing at my skin, urging me to run, to flee. But I can't. Not yet. There is a figure in the distance, silhouetted against the flames, a man, tall and desperate, his eyes wild with terror. I know him. I remember the way he used to smile, a half-cocked grin that made the world feel lighter, even when it was drowning in darkness. But that was before. Before the fire swallowed his sanity, before the shadows of guilt turned him into a ghost of himself. Julian. He walks through the inferno, each step a challenge to the demons that claw at his soul. "Help me," he screams, but the sound is swallowed by the roar of flames. There's an urgency in his voice, a plea that cuts deeper than any blade. I can see it now, the truth etched into the lines of his face. He is not just running from the fire. He is running from the sins that chased him, the fragments of his past that refused to let him go. I can feel the weight of his regret like an anchor dragging him down, and I want to reach out, to pull him back from the brink, but my own fears hold me captive. What does it mean to be a sinner? The question echoes in my mind like a mantra. I remember the night we sat by the river, sharing our dreams under a sky splattered with stars. "We're not bad people," Julian had said, the water reflecting the light in his eyes. "We just make bad choices." I had laughed then, a sound full of hope, but now that laughter feels like a cruel joke. Choices, choices, we are all prisoners of the decisions we make, and I wonder if he realizes that the fire isn't just outside. It rages within him. Beside him, a woman crouches low, her hands pressed to her ears as if trying to drown out the chaos. Lila, her name rolls through my mind like a whisper in the night. Her beauty is a haunting melody, one that once filled the air with light. But now, she is a specter, a flickering flame on the edge of a storm. I remember her laughter, bright and unrestrained, a sound that could shatter the darkness. But this laughter has turned to silence, and her world has become a gallery of nightmares painted with the colors of despair. "Lila?" Julian cries, his voice cracking, each syllable laced with desperation. She looks up, and in her eyes, I see the reflection of our shattered dreams. The promise of a bright future lies charred beneath the ashes, and I can almost hear the echoes of what once was a life filled with laughter, late-night confessions, stolen kisses beneath the moonlight. Now, they are mere ghosts, haunting the edges of a reality riddled with pain. "Go," she screams, pushing herself up from the ground, but her voice is barely a whisper against the roar of the inferno. "You have to get out." Her words are a lifeline, a flicker of hope amidst the chaos. I see the strength in her, a defiance that ignites something deep within me. She is fierce, but also afraid, and the flames dance around her like ravenous wolves, eager to consume her spirit. In this moment, every heartbeat is a reminder of what we've lost, what we stand to lose. I'm tethered to them both, my soul entwined with their suffering. I can feel the weight of their choices, each decision leading us here, to this fiery precipice where love and despair intertwine. I remember the moments we brushed against fate, the fleeting seconds that might have changed everything. "Julian, Lila, we can't stay here," I shout, my voice breaking through the smoke and chaos. The urgency of the moment fuels my words. But they linger, caught between the fire and the memories that bind them. I want to grab their hands, to pull them away from the edge, but the fear holds them captive, their souls shackled by the ghosts of their past. The flames leap higher, reaching for the sky like the grasping hands of the damned. I can feel the heat on my skin, the ominous reminder that time is running out. Each second stretches into eternity, and I can see the shadows closing in, a collective weight of all the things left unsaid, all the dreams deferred. I remember the night we made promises, our voices intertwined in the darkness. But promises are fragile, easily broken, and in the light of the inferno, they are nothing but smoke. "I can't leave you," Julian cries, the words tearing at his throat like a wounded animal. "I won't." His defiance ignites something within me. I feel a pull, a connection that binds us all in this moment of crisis. I want to scream at him, to tell him that he must let go, that clinging to the past will only burn him alive. But I can't find the words, and the fire rages on, consuming everything in its path. "Please, let's just go." Lila's voice breaks through the chaos, raw and pleading, a final, desperate attempt to bridge the chasm between us. Her fear, palpable and electric, sends chills down my spine. I remember the innocence we shared, the trust that once flourished like wildflowers in the sun. But innocence is a flame that flickers, and now it lies smothered beneath the weight of despair. As the flames rise, I see their faces, the duality of love and regret etched into their features. They are sinners, yes, but so am I. We all are. The fire dances around us, a beautiful and terrible force, and I am swept away by the intensity of our shared moment. I remember the warmth of their laughter, the way it used to feel like home. Now, it feels like a distant memory, a mirage flickering in the heat. And just as the flames threaten to engulf us, a silence falls, thick and suffocating. In that eerie stillness, I take a breath, heavy with the weight of acceptance. There is no escape from the fire, not tonight. We are bound together in this moment of reckoning, the sins of our past clawing at our throats, suffocating us in a haze of smoke and regret. I can feel the heat, see the shadows, and hear the echoes of our laughter, all intertwining in a dance of despair. I look at Julian, at Lila, at the chaos surrounding us, and I know that this is not just their story. It is ours. It is the tale of every soul who has ever walked through fire, every heart that has ever been scorched by loss. And as the flames flicker, I realize, this dance is far from over. A cold wind howled through the desolate alley, the scent of decay weaving itself into the very fabric of the air. Shadows danced against the cobblestones, flickering like the last breaths of the damned. I stood there, paralyzed, heart racing in the silence that followed the scream. It echoed in my mind, a visceral reminder of what lay ahead. The flickering torchlight illuminated the graffiti of the broken, desperate souls who had once thrived in this forsaken city, now reduced to whispers of sin and suffering. I remember how Ilara's eyes glistened like shards of glass, each reflecting a piece of her shattered dreams. She looked at me, and for a moment, I saw the vibrant artist she used to be, before the world had painted her with its harsh brush and left her in the gutter of despair. "I can't go back," she murmured, her voice a fragile thread that threatened to snap. "The sins I've committed, they'll never let me rest." I wanted to reach for her, to pull her back from the edge of this nightmare she had crafted for herself, but the weight of her torment held me in place. This was not just her battle, it was ours, woven into the tapestry of this cruel world where every brushstroke of sin was a thorn piercing the flesh of humanity. I could feel the sharpness of it, the way it cut through the air, demanding recognition, demanding blood. Behind Ilara stood Marcus, his silhouette a dark monument of regret. He was inked with the memories of his failures, each tattoo telling a story of betrayal and loss. "You think you're the only one suffering," he spat, anger rippling through his voice like thunder. "I've walked this path of thorns long before you even picked up a brush." His fists clenched, knuckles white against the darkness that threatened to swallow him whole. I felt the weight of his pain, a palpable force that twisted around us, threatening to pull us into the abyss. My own ghost stirred, memories of laughter turned sour, promising futures eclipsed by shadow. I remembered the ticking clock, its hands relentless and mocking as they counted down to our demise. Time was a thief, stealing moments and leaving behind a hollow shell of what could have been. I wanted to scream, to tell them that we were not alone in this chaos, that sin and suffering were the threads that bound us all, but the words caught in my throat. Ilara stepped forward, the flickering light casting eerie patterns on her face. "You don't understand," she whispered, desperation clawing at her heart. "Every canvas I touch is a reminder of my failures. The colors bleed into one another, forming grotesque images, a reflection of my soul. I am the artist of my own ruin." Tears streamed down her cheeks, glistening like dew on the withered petals of a rose, beautiful yet riddled with thorns. In that moment, I felt the weight of her sorrow, a tangible thing that wrapped around my chest, squeezing tighter with every breath. Her pain was the echo of a world where beauty and despair intertwined, where every moment of joy was stained with the residue of suffering. I could see her standing in a gallery of her own making, surrounded by haunting depictions of sin, a woman gasping for air beneath a canvas of swirling darkness, a child reaching for light while shackled by the shadows of their parents' choices. And then Marcus erupted, a volcanic surge of emotion erupting from the depths of his soul. "We're all broken. We're all lost." He slammed his fist against the wall, fragments of stone raining down like the remnants of our hopes and dreams. "But you think your suffering is unique? You think you're the only one who's lost everything? Open your eyes." The air crackled with tension, the kind that could shatter glass. I felt my heart pounding in rhythm with the chaos around us. The pain pooled in my chest, a heavy weight, yet there was something cathartic in this shared agony. It was a reminder that we were merely three souls wandering through a world that had forgotten how to love, trapped in an endless cycle of agony that painted every corner of our lives in shades of despair. In the distance, the clock tower chimed, its sound reverberating through the alley like the tolling of a funeral bell. Each note was a countdown, a reminder of time slipping away, of our fleeting existence. I clutched my chest, feeling the ache of unfulfilled desires, the dreams that had turned to dust in the unforgiving wind. "Look at us," I said, my voice trembling, lost in our own art of suffering. "We're the ghosts of our past, haunting this city, trapped in a loop of sin that we can't escape." Ilara turned her gaze toward me, her eyes wide, reflecting the madness of the night. "We can break free," she whispered, hope flickering like a candle just before it succumbs to darkness. "But it requires more than just longing. It demands sacrifice." Her words hung in the air, heavy and ominous, a promise wrapped in uncertainty. And as I stared into her soul, I saw the spark of rebellion against the weight of despair, the urge to transform our pain into something beautiful, something that would echo through the ages like haunting melodies. But could we? Could we find a way to navigate the path of thorns and emerge unscathed, or would we become just another brushstroke in the grand canvas of suffering? The city around us seemed to hold its breath, the shadows closing in as if waiting for an answer. I could feel the world pressing against us, the walls whispering secrets of the damned. The night was thick with despair and possibility, the air electric with emotion. In this moment, our stories intertwined, three broken souls caught in a web of sin and suffering. As the clock chimed again, I felt the pulse of the universe beating in sync with my own heart, a reminder that we are all bound by the thorns of our choices, yet yearning for the light that might pierce through the darkness. The tension held us captive, a fragile truce forged in the heart of suffering, and I knew that this confrontation was only the beginning. We stood at the precipice, teetering on the edge of transformation, the echoes of our pain reverberating through the night, a haunting symphony of broken dreams and unyielding hope. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, but as we looked into each other's eyes, we felt the faint flicker of something greater, a chance to rise from the ashes of our sins, to find beauty in the chaos. The darkness whispered, the clock ticked, and we took a step forward into the unknown, bound together by our thorns and the haunting beauty of suffering. The air crackled with tension, a heavy silence blanketing the battlefield, broken only by the distant thrum of drums echoing like a heartbeat in the dark. Smoke curled from the remnants of a village, the smell of ash and fear swirling into a suffocating fog. I stood at the edge, heart pounding, eyes wide, watching as shadows moved. They were not just men, they were nightmares, faces twisted by rage, bodies laden with the weight of loss. In the distance, a flicker of light caught my eye, illuminating the silhouette of a woman, a soldier who had traded her home for the cold embrace of war. Ilara, fierce yet fragile, a warrior forged in the fires of despair. Her hands trembled, not from fear, but from the memories clawing at her mind, her daughter's laughter, the scent of lilacs from their garden. I remember, she whispered, voice barely a breath. I remember when I thought I could protect them. Nearby, Yarrick, a man whose heart bore the mark of 1,000 regrets, gripped his sword with white-knuckled intensity. He was more ghost than man, haunted by the faces of comrades who had fallen, their names a tattoo of guilt on his soul. We're not soldiers anymore, he muttered, eyes fixed on the horizon where chaos awaited. Just instruments of a symphony playing the melody of death. As the drums grew louder, a dark tide surged forward, a mass of humanity driven by blind loyalty and the intoxicating allure of glory. I felt the electricity of fear coursing through my veins, a primal instinct that screamed for escape. Yet, I stood frozen, entranced by the impending storm. The world around me faded, and all that remained was the clash of steel and cries of the wounded, echoes of a war that would never end. I can't go back, Ilara said, her voice cracking like fragile glass. They depend on us to change the course of this madness. But what change could come from bloodshed? What honor was found on a field littered with broken bodies? Yarrick turned to her, eyes flickering with doubt. But at what cost? We lose ourselves in the fire, burned by the very flames we thought to tame. His words hung heavy in the air, a question that clawed at the heart of every soldier. What was the price of victory? In that moment, I became a spectator of their turmoil, feeling the weight of their choices, the suffocating darkness that war imposed upon their souls. The drums beat on, a relentless reminder of the choices they would soon face. Will they fight for glory or succumb to the abyss of despair? A sharp scream pierced through the fog, jolting me from my thoughts. The first clash erupted, a symphony of violence as steel met steel. I watched as they charged into the fray, bodies colliding like waves crashing against a craggy shore. Ilara fought with a ferocity that betrayed her vulnerability. Each swing of her sword was a dance between life and death, a desperate attempt to rewrite fate. But for Yarrick, every swing felt like a betrayal. He swung his blade not with anger but with sorrow, each strike an echo of the friends he had lost. I remember their faces, he cried, voice breaking as he cleaved through the enemy. And I remember their laughter. The battlefield morphed into a surreal landscape, a twisted reflection of their internal struggles. Faces melted into shadows, cries of agony mingled with shouts of valor, and the smell of blood became the scent of memories, a pungent reminder of the lives they once lived, now reduced to mere ghosts in the chaos. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue across the sky, time fractured into memories and nightmares. The sounds of battle faded into whispers, the cries of the wounded becoming a haunting lullaby. Ilara and Yarrick, lost in their own worlds, fought on, one seeking redemption, the other seeking solace. And then came the moment. A single glint of sunlight sliced through the haze, illuminating Ilara's face, fierce and resolute. "We fight because we must," she shouted, rallying her comrades. "For every child who dreams of peace, for every mother who waits." But Yarrick's heart twisted with the weight of her words. "And when the battle ends," he cried, fear pooling in his chest like a dense fog. "What remains? Just ashes and memories. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the air thickening with unshed tears and unspoken words. Each clash of swords was a poignant reminder of their fractured souls, bodies moving in a rhythm dictated by destiny, yet yearning for something more, something that transcended the fire of war. In the chaos, a fleeting glance passed between Ilara and Yarok, a profound connection woven through the tapestry of shared pain. They knew they were fighting not just for survival but for each other, for the flickering hope still alive within the darkness. But the tide of fate surged, crashing towards them, relentless and unforgiving. As the battle raged on, I felt the weight of their choices pressing down like a vice, a cruel reminder that war demanded everything and left nothing but echoes of lost dreams. And as the dust settled, smothering the cries and silence alike, I understood that this was only the beginning. For the fire of war ignited not just on the battlefield, but within the very hearts of those who dared endure. The conflict would rage on, not just in the physical realm but within the souls of Ilara, Yarok, and all who bore witness to the relentless dance of life and death. Their stories intertwined like threads of fate, each heartbeat resonating with the pulse of history, an eternal cycle of struggle, loss, and the flicker of hope that refused to extinguish. In the depths of despair, they would find the strength to rise again, even as the shadows crept ever closer, whispering promises of oblivion and solace. The fire of war burned on, a testament to the human spirit's capacity for both destruction and resilience, an unending symphony that would echo through the annals of time, urging us to remember, to remember. The moon hung like a silver coin over the crumbling ruins of what was once the heart of a great city. Shadows danced in the flickering light of torches, their flames licking at the darkness like desperate souls yearning for warmth. In this desolate place, the air was thick with the scent of decay, a reminder of the lives lost, the dreams shattered. A low whisper echoed through the night, a haunting melody carried by the wind, and it spoke of the regrets that lingered like ghosts. I remember standing there, my heart pounding like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the sins that stained my hands. The first figure stepped forth from the shadows, cloaked in the tattered remnants of a king's robe, a crown heavy with the weight of despair resting upon his brow. His name was Richard, Richard III, the Hunchback King. "I did what I had to do," he hissed, his voice a rasping echo of desperation. "But at what cost?" Memories of betrayal surged like a tide, washing over him. The bodies of his enemies, the blood on his hands, the throne he seized with ruthless ambition. "I am the villain of my own story," he muttered, eyes glistening with unshed tears. I remember the taste of power, sweet and intoxicating, but it soured quickly, turned to ash in my mouth. And then, there was Anne Boleyn, her silhouette stark against the night. Her beauty was haunting, a siren's call that had led Henry VIII to madness. Her hands trembled, fingers tracing the path of the guillotine in her mind. "I wore the crown of a queen, yet I was never truly free," she lamented, voice breaking like glass underfoot. I remember the whispers, the lies that wove a noose around my neck. My ambition consumed me, and in the end, it was I who was devoured. The air crackled with tension, each word a dagger thrust into the heart of history. Their regrets hung heavy in the air, palpable as the fog that curled around their ankles like forgotten dreams. Richard stepped closer, and I felt his pain, a raw, aching wound that had never healed. "What is a crown but a gilded cage?" he cried, the agony of his soul resonating through the night. I sacrificed everything for power, only to find myself alone in the shadows, haunted by the ghosts of those I betrayed. Anne's gaze shifted, locking onto Richard with a fierce intensity. "And did you think yourself immortal? Did you believe your blood would wash away your sins?" she spat, a bitter laugh escaping her lips like a broken promise. "I too thought I could rewrite my fate, that I could dance with kings and conquer hearts, but fate is a cruel mistress, and she always collects her due." Their voices wove together, creating a tapestry of despair threaded with the brilliance of their humanity. The stars blinked overhead, indifferent witnesses to their plight, while the clock, a cruel reminder of time's relentless march, ticked ominously in the distance. Each tick resonated like a heartbeat, slow, deliberate, merciless. "Time," Richard whispered, almost to himself, "is the true assassin. It strips away all illusions, all masks." I remember the moment I realized my death would not be glorious. I would be the villain, the monster in the tales of children. He turned to me, eyes glistening with a haunting truth. What will they say of you when you're gone? The question hung in the air, heavy as a shroud. I felt the weight of it pressing against my chest, a reminder of my own regrets, my own failures. To have lived, to have felt deeply, was it worth the price? I wanted to scream, to run from the truth clawing at my throat, but I stood transfixed, caught in the web spun by their words. And stepped forward, her voice a soft lamentation. We are all haunted by the choices we make, dear stranger. What is history but a collection of regrets, stitched together with the threads of our lives? Her eye sparkled with a mixture of sorrow and defiance. I remember the joy of love, the sweet taste of hope. But that joy turned bitter, like a poisoned chalice, and I drank deeply of my own naivety. The memory of her lost love, that fierce passion for a king who would betray her, wrapped itself around her like a shroud. I could feel the heat of her anger, the cold sting of betrayal, radiating from her very being. I thought I could wield love like a sword, but it was a double-edged blade, she said, her voice trembling yet resolute. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air, an unseen presence brushing against my skin. The shadows deepened, and the voices of the damned grew louder, swirling around us like a storm. Richard and Anne turned toward the darkness, fear etching their faces. They come for us, he said, voice cracking under the weight of dread. The memories, the voices of those we wronged, they'll never let us go. In that moment, the specters of their past rose from the depths of the shadows, a cacophony of anguish and regret. Faces long forgotten emerged, each a mirror reflecting the pain of choices made, paths taken. We are not alone, Anne whispered, a shiver running through her. Our sins have given birth to these specters, and they will consume us if we do not confront them. Silence fell, thick and suffocating, as I stood witness to the collision of past and present, the regrets of history laid bare before me. The air crackled with unsaid words, and with each heartbeat, I felt an urgency, a desperate plea to forgive, to understand, to be human in our flawed existence. I remember why I fought, Richard said, his voice a low rumble that reverberated through the night. But what is the worth of a crown if it only bears the weight of our suffering? Anne nodded, her eyes blazing with defiance. And what is the worth of love if it leads to betrayal? We are tangled in this web of our making, and perhaps it is time to face the consequences. They stepped forward, moving into the encroaching darkness, ready to confront the ghosts of their past. The voices of the damned swelled around them, and I felt a shiver of understanding pulse through the air. Each moment stretched like a bridge into the void, a dance with destiny. I could only watch as they plunged into the depths of their regrets, their silhouettes swallowed by the shadows, a haunting reminder that the past is never truly gone. And as the echoes of their voices faded into the night, I stood alone, heart racing, grappling with my own regrets, the weight of the world pressing against my chest. Time marched on, and somewhere, in the silence that followed, the cycle of voices continued, waiting to be heard, to be felt. The clock ticks. Each second feels like a thump in the chest. The air is heavy, thick with desperation, veiled in a silence so profound that it screams. I stand there, breath hitching, heart racing. The fluorescent lights flicker above, casting shadows that dance on the cold, sterile walls of the lab. I can almost taste the anxiety, metallic and bitter, as it seeps into my lungs. Maya is hunched over a table cluttered with vials, her hands trembling as she mixes unholy concoctions. A scientist, yes, but also a sinner, the kind of brilliance that dabbles in the darkness, brushing against the edges of morality. Her eyes flicker up, haunted by sleepless nights and the weight of unspoken secrets. What if we could rewrite it all, she whispers, her voice barely a breeze, but it carries the force of a storm. Across the room, Derek stands by the window, gazing out into the abyss of night, where the city sprawls like a restless beast, oblivious to the turmoil brewing inside these walls. He feels like a ghost in his own skin, tethered to a life that slipped through his fingers like sand. You can't play God, Maya. You know that, he says, his voice thick with an anguish that feels like a vice around his heart. It's a warning, but it's laced with desire, an echo of longing for something more, something lost. I remember the nights we spent under the stars, dreaming of a future untarnished by the past. Or maybe I don't. maybe those are just fragments, pieces of a mosaic that no longer fit. The cosmos felt so close back then, like we could reach out and grasp the infinite. Now, the infinite feels like a curse, a ghost that stalks the edges of our fragile existence. Look at me, Maya implores, her voice trembling with passion. Look at what we could achieve. We could save them. She gestures wildly toward the rows of frozen subjects, lives suspended in the amber of science. Each one a victim of the unforgiving world, each one a testament to human fragility. Every single one of them deserves to live, to breathe, to feel. Derek's face twists with conflict, the shadows of doubt dancing across his features. At what cost, Maya? You're talking about crossing lines that shouldn't be crossed. This isn't just science. It's sin. The word hangs heavy in the air, thick with the weight of his conviction, but inside, he knows the temptation is real, pulsing just beneath the surface. Sin, she scoffs, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. What do you know about sin? We're the ones who let them die. Every failed experiment is a failure of our compassion. We have a chance to change everything. The desperation in her eyes flares like a wildfire, consuming all logical debate. It claws at Derek, biting deep into the scar tissue of his conscience. I remember the moment it all shifted. It wasn't a loud crash or a grand revelation, it was a whisper that curled its fingers around our hearts. It was that first time we stood at the edge of possibility, intoxicated by the allure of power, the seductive dance of science and sin. We thought we were invincible then, didn't we? Oh, how naive we were. Outside, the city breathes, a living, pulsing entity, completely unaware of the chaos brewing within these walls. The distant sirens wail like banshees, a haunting reminder of the world's fragility, a world that Maya wants to save with a reckless abandon that sends shivers down my spine. I glance back at her, an urge to reach out, to pull her back from the precipice, but that urge is tangled with fear of losing her to the very darkness she seeks to conquer. Do you really think you can fix them? Derek's voice is raw, wavering like the flickering lights above. You're trying to play savior, but what if you're just creating monsters? The question hangs, a ghostly presence that refuses to fade. Maya's laughter is brittle, shattering against the walls. Monsters? Or miracles? It's all in how we choose to see it. She turns back to her work, her hands moving with frenetic intensity, the shadows creeping closer as if drawn to her fervor. We're on the precipice of something great, Derek. They'll call us villains, but they don't see the bigger picture. We're the architects of a new world. My heart races as I watch the battle play out, a clash of ideals, a war of hearts. The past whispers in my ear, fragments of conversations and dreams intertwining with the present, leaving behind a residue of longing and regret. I feel like a spectator in my own life, caught in the undertow of choices not yet made. Time stretches, warps. Each second flickers like the lights above, and the atmosphere thickens, crackling with electricity. The air is tinged with desperation, dreams, and nightmares colliding in a dance that feels both exhilarating and terrifying. Derek steps forward, fists clenched, voice trembling with emotion. You're willing to gamble their lives for your ambition? For a chance at a dream? Yes. Maya's voice crescendos, raw and fierce. Because what is life without the chance to fight for it? What is life if we allow them to perish in silence? Her words pierce the silence, igniting a flame that threatens to consume us all. But the flame is not without its shadows. A silence thickens, a pause that stretches taut, ready to snap. I can feel it, the weight of possibility, the haunting allure of the unknown. The lines between right and wrong blur as the night deepens, and we stand on the razor's edge, each heartbeat a drum that heralds the chaos to come. And just like that, a decision hangs in the air, pregnant with consequence. The weight of our choices, our sins, our science, all converge here, in this moment. I can't breathe. I don't want to breathe, because with each breath, the tension thickens, and I know, that we are standing at the intersection of something unfathomable. Science and sin, hope and despair, lives and deaths, all intertwined in a tragic waltz. The clock ticks on, counting down to the inevitable. The air was thick with tension, a storm brewing overhead, the sky bruised and angry as if the heavens themselves bore witness to the sins below. I stood there, frozen, heart pounding in my ears, my breath quick and shallow, feeling the weight of every gaze upon me. The villagers, their eyes like shards of glass, whispered and pointed, their words slithering like snakes through the thrumming silence. I remember the weight of judgment, the sharp sting of shame, as if the very fabric of my being was laid bare before them. In the crowd, a figure emerged, a woman draped in shadows, her face obscured but her presence undeniable. I recognized her, Anna, the midwife, a healer with hands that had brought life into the world and had also witnessed its many brutalities. Her eyes, however, were haunted by secrets that twisted her heart tighter than the noose that hung in the center of town. She stood a breath away from me, a living ghost, the weight of her own sins creeping into the lines of her furrowed brow. I remember, she whispered, her voice barely a wisp of air, standing over the bodies of those who could not be saved, the ones the stars had forsaken. Her hands trembled, a stark contrast to the strength they wielded during childbirth. Redemption is a cruel mistress. She demands sacrifice. I felt the heat of anger flare within me, an ember of defiance igniting against the chilling despair that surrounded us. But what of your sins, Anna? What of the choices you made? I couldn't stop myself, the words erupted, a dam breaking against the tide of fear. You took lives as easily as you brought them into the world. Her laugh echoed, a jagged edge, full of bitterness. Every life is a choice, she said, her eyes swirling with a storm, and every death, a consequence. You think I am the only one here marked by sin? Look around. We wear our stains like armor, not knowing that it only makes us more vulnerable. In that moment, I felt the ghosts of our pasts, the memories of betrayal and pain wrapping around us like fog. It was suffocating, yet intoxicating, and I was drowning in the depths of our shared guilt. There was Mary, the widow who'd lost her husband to the plague, her hands twisted with grief, echoing the silence left by his absence. She had traded her soul for the tiniest glimmer of hope, her heart heavy with the burden of survival. I remember, she would say, her voice often trembling, the night he died. The moon was full, and it felt like the end of the world. Her words hung in the air, I could see them, delicate and broken, like shattered glass reflecting the flickering light of the torches. Hope is a cruel illusion, Mary continued, her bitterness like a bitter herb on my tongue. But without it, we are nothing. In my heart, I had to agree. The weight of redemption felt like chains, binding us to the past, yet we clung to it, as if it were a lifeline. I searched their faces, each one a canvas of anguish, longing, and desperation. We were all tangled in this web of sin and salvation, each of us haunted by our choices, each of us yearning for the impossible. But the confrontation, the climax of all our fears, was looming. The town square, once a place of gathering, now felt like a stage set for execution. Dark clouds rolled overhead as the clock struck midnight, its sound echoing through the hollow silence like a heartbeat, reminding us that time was slipping away, dragging our sins with it into the void. Then, from the shadows, emerged the priest, a figure cloaked in righteousness yet shrouded in hypocrisy. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating with authority, yet it dripped with venom. Sinners! You dwell in darkness, clinging to your sins like a mother to her child. But know this, the flames of hell await you. Redemption is a gift, and you have squandered it. Have you not, Father? I dared to interject, feeling the heat of rebellion course through me. What of your own sins? The secrets hidden behind your altar? You speak of redemption, yet you cast stones while your hands are stained with blood. The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath, and I felt the shift in the air, the tension snapping like a taut string. I could see Anna's breath hitch, the flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. Yes, she cried, the fire in her voice awakening something dormant within me. We are all sinners, yet we are all deserving of grace. What does it mean to be redeemed? But even as the words tumbled from my lips, I felt the heavy weight of despair pulling me back. Could redemption truly exist, or was it just a mirage, a cruel trick of the mind? I remembered the stories of women cast aside, the lives lost in the name of virtue, their voices silenced by a society built on the backs of their suffering. And in that moment, as the storm broke overhead, rain pouring down like the tears we had all suppressed for too long, I realized we stood at the edge of something vast, the chasm of our collective failures, the abyss of our shared humanity. I felt the raw intensity of the moment, the unraveling of our truths, and the haunting realization that sin and redemption were not simply individual burdens but a tapestry woven from the very fabric of our existence. As the rain fell, mingling with our sweat and tears, I saw the flicker of hope in Anna's eyes, in Mary's despair, and in my own heart, a fragile, flickering flame that refused to be extinguished. We were all tied to one another, bound by our sins, yet yearning for something more. Something that might just be within our grasp if only we could muster the courage to reach out. The confrontation drew near, the moment of reckoning trembling in the air like the charge before a storm. And despite the fear coursing through my veins, a defiant whisper echoed in the depths of my soul, "We are more than our sins. We are the possibility of redemption." And as the shadows deepened around us, we stood together, ready to face whatever came next, haunted, flawed, yet unyielding, our hearts a tempest of emotion as we prepared to confront the darkness that lay ahead. A sharp crack of thunder tore through the murky sky, and in that heartbeat, the world hung suspended, poised on the brink of chaos. The rain cascaded down in relentless sheets, a torrent drumming against the cobblestones of the city, each drop a reminder of the turbulence beneath the surface. In the heart of this storm, a figure huddled in the shadows of a crumbling archway, her breath coming in short gasps like a fearful whisper. It was Anna, a woman torn between the weight of her conscience and the judgment of the very God she had once embraced. "I remember the first time I held a Bible," she murmured, though the words felt heavy with sorrow. "I was a child, my fingers tracing the gold-leafed edges as if they were the gates to heaven itself. Now those same pages feel like shackles." She peered through the rain, watching the figures moving in the distance, cloaked men with faces obscured, their intentions as dark as the clouds looming overhead. Each heartbeat reverberated in her chest, the rhythm of fear, of doubt. And there was Peter, a man with a soul stretched tight like a bowstring, standing just outside the flickering light of the tavern. His hands, once steady, trembled now, a man grappling with guilt, having betrayed his own brother in the name of righteousness. "I remember the first sermon I preached," he said, his voice cracking like the thunder above. The words tangled in his throat, heavy with the weight of what he had done. "I called for repentance, for purity, for a path untainted by sin. But who am I to cast the first stone?" The storm swirled around them, a chaotic symphony of nature's fury, yet it was nothing compared to the tempest raging inside. Anna craved forgiveness like a parched throat yearns for water, but each plea felt like a stone cast into an abyss, swallowed whole and unanswered. The city was alive with whispers, a cacophony of judgment and morality, each voice a ghost clinging to her conscience. Between them stood the spectre of Martin, a relentless force of change, a man whose very name sent chills down the spine of the pious. He had dared to question, to challenge the oppressive weight of tradition, and in doing so, he had ignited a fire that spread like wildfire through the hearts of the people. "I remember his words," Anna confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "They were like a tempest, tearing through the fabric of our lives." She felt the rustle of parchment in her pocket, a letter stained with ink and idealism. Peter looked toward the tavern, a sanctuary for the lost, the damned. He could hear laughter inside, a sound so foreign now, juxtaposed with the judgment he felt creeping in like a cold draft. They bathed once a year, he laughed bitterly, the absurdity of it striking him as both comical and tragic. So yeah, romance was earthy. But there was no levity left in him, only the weight of choices made and lives shattered. Lightning cracked the sky, illuminating Anna's face, wild and fraught with despair. "I can't go back," she confessed, the words tumbling out like autumn leaves caught in a whirlpool. "I can't unlearn the truth. But the truth, it terrifies me." Each syllable hung in the air, a delicate truth suspended between hope and dread. She looked to Peter, saw the shadows in his eyes mirroring her own. They both wore the scars of conviction. The rain intensified, drowning the sounds of the city, and yet, within that cacophony, a fragile silence enveloped them. A moment suspended in time, where the world felt less like a place of judgment and more like a theater of shattered dreams. "What do we do?" Peter asked, voice trembling. It felt like an echo, a question lost in the shadows of history. Anna felt the weight of the world pressing down on her, the stakes rising like the waters around them. "We confront it," she answered, her heart pounding in her chest, a war drum heralding their resolve. "We face the ghosts of our pasts, the judgments that haunt us like shadows." As if summoned by their words, the cloaked figures drew closer. Their intentions, veiled in darkness, threatened to engulf Anna and Peter. Yet, in that moment of fear, Anna found a flicker of courage, a spark she thought extinguished. "I remember hope," she declared, voice rising above the storm as if daring the heavens to strike her down. "I remember the power of choice." The figures emerged from the shadows, eyes glinting with the light of righteous fury. They were the embodiment of every sermon ever preached, every judgment cast. And in that clash of ideologies, Anna and Peter stood on the precipice, their lives entwined in a tapestry of conflict and belief. The air crackled with tension, raw and electric, and as the storm raged on, a decision loomed. They would not flee. They would stand, hand in hand, against the tide of judgment that sought to cleanse the world of their sins. Together, they faced the darkness, hearts pounding like war drums, spirits ignited with the fire of defiance. The confrontation was imminent, the storm wasn't just weather, it was a reckoning. And in that fleeting moment, caught between past regrets and future resolutions, they were more than mere mortals. They were the embodiment of a shifting epoch, a testament to the struggles of the heart and the metamorphosis of morality. As the storm raged on, they breathed together, a singular heartbeat in the chaos. Time slipped through their fingers like grains of sand, but each moment was alive, pulsing with the weight of the choices to come. The thunder roared above, drowning their fears, and for the first time, they felt the promise of change rising like the floodwater around them, unstoppable and fierce. The night was dark, yet in that darkness, they found their light, igniting a spark that would transcend judgment, echoing through history like the peal of a distant bell. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a low growl that reverberated through the cobblestone streets, shaking the very foundations of the night. The air was thick with a storm, a tension that hung like a heavy cloak around the shoulders of the city. I pressed my back against the cool stone wall of a crumbling alley, heart racing, breath shallow. My fingers trembled as I clutched the letter. It was stained with ink and desperation, a thin lifeline that tied me to a past I longed to escape and yet couldn't quite leave behind. Alaric stood in the shadows, his brooding figure illuminated by the flickering lantern light, eyes dark pools of uncertainty. I saw the conflict etched across his face, a man caught between the chains of reason and the wildness of his desires. "You can't keep running," he murmured, voice barely a whisper, but the weight of his words struck harder than any blow. "Every choice bleeds into the next. You know that." I could feel the pull of his gaze, like gravity drawing me closer, but I also felt the sharp edge of sin lurking in the corners of my mind, taunting me. Every moment was like a knife twisting in an open wound, revealing the raw flesh of my secrets. "What is it you want from me?" I shot back, anger flaring like a match igniting a stack of kindling. "What can reason give me that the shadows haven't already taken?" Across the street, a figure loomed, a ghost in the haze of the storm, cloaked in darkness and dripping with an ominous air. It was Emily, the woman who haunted my dreams, whose laughter once echoed through halls now shadowed by despair. Her presence was electric, vibrating in the air, a reminder of all that was lost and all that remained to be fought for. She met my gaze with that fierce, unyielding spirit, a flicker of defiance against an oppressive world. "You must confront what you fear," she called out, her voice strong and steady, cutting through the chaos surrounding us. "Truth is born in the furnace of conflict." The thunder clapped, a furious applause to her words. I shivered, a chill cascading down my spine. The night was alive, pulsating with unspoken truths, and the raindrops began to fall, drenching the ground in a feverish rhythm. My heart raced. This was not just a confrontation with Alaric, or even with Emily, it was a battle against the very essence of what it meant to be human. The choices we made, the sins we cloaked in the guise of virtue, gnawed at me like rats feasting on the remnants of hope. I remembered the night my father had faltered, the day he had exchanged reason for madness, succumbed to the dark allure of power. "You don't understand," I hissed at Alaric, bitterness seeping from my words. "Reason is a shackle. It binds us to a system that punishes the dreamers. I was pleading, clawing at the edges of his understanding, hoping he would see the truth I had buried deep within my soul. "You think I don't know about chains?" Alaric snapped, fists clenched tight against his sides. "You think I don't feel them?" His voice carried the weight of unbearable sorrow, a truth buried beneath layers of bravado. "But we're standing at a precipice. You have to choose, light or darkness, reason or chaos. You can't live in the shadows forever." And in that moment, I saw it, the chasm that lay between us, filled with unsaid words and unfulfilled desires. It echoed with memories of laughter and love, the remnants of a bond formed in the fires of shared dreams. But those dreams were becoming ashes, slipping through our fingers, and reality clawed at our throats. "What if I don't want to choose?" I whispered, feeling the gravity of the question pull me deeper into the void. Emily stepped forward, her presence a beacon in the storm. "Then you will drown," she said, her voice unwavering, fierce like the tempest itself. "We are made of choices. Each decision, a heartbeat. Each heartbeat, a step toward the light, or the abyss." I felt her words wrap around me like chains, heavy but necessary. The storm intensified, a chorus of thunder and rain as if the heavens roared in response to our struggle. The air crackled with energy, and I knew this was the moment. The climax of our conflict, a reckoning that would either bind us forever or shatter us into fragments. Time stretched, every second a cacophony of emotions, fear, hope, despair, longing. I could see it now, the vibrant tapestry of our intertwined fates, threads of reason and sin woven together in a chaotic dance. I felt the weight of the world pressing down, suffocating yet exhilarating, a reminder that meaning was never straightforward. It was raw, visceral, and messy. The rain fell harder, cascading down like tears from the sky, soaking through our clothes, our souls. I could feel the storm within me rise, a tempest where reason and passion collided. What if I want it all? I screamed into the howling wind, a plea that echoed into the night. The reason, the sin, the chaos. What if I want to drown in it? Alaric stepped closer, his expression shifting from anger to something softer, more fragile. Then you must embrace the storm, he said, voice breaking, a crack in his stoic facade. But know that it will change you. You cannot emerge unscathed. I looked at Emily, and for the briefest moment, our eyes locked, forging a connection deeper than the storm itself. I saw in her the embodiment of everything I craved: freedom, truth, the wild embrace of existence. I'm scared, I admitted, feeling the vulnerability wash over me like the rain soaking into the earth. Fear is the beginning of understanding, she whispered, and I understood then, a flicker of clarity in the chaos. The stakes were never about the choices themselves but the courage to face them, the willingness to dance with reason and sin alike. I took a step into the storm, heart pounding, the shadows closing in, but in that darkness, I felt alive. The confrontation was upon us, and as the thunder crashed above, I realized there was no retreating now. The quest for meaning had begun, and every choice would echo, each heartbeat a question: what would we choose next? The clock struck midnight, its echo a haunting pulse in the stillness of the empty street. Shadows danced beneath flickering lampposts, twisting like memories that wriggled away from the light, carrying with them secrets, sins, and the weight of 1,000 unanswered questions. I stood there, breathless, heart pounding, as the world around me felt suspended in time. This was where the line between morality and chaos blurred, where the heart's desires collided with the void left by a dying faith. The air crackled with tension, and I could taste the bitterness of uncertainty. I remember the first time I felt it, the deep, gnawing fear that perhaps, just perhaps, there was no divine eye watching over us. Just a void. Just silence. And it was terrifying. I was sitting in a cafe, nursing a lukewarm coffee, when I overheard a conversation that chilled me to the bone. Two strangers leaned across the table, their voices low, conspiratorial. They spoke of love as a mere chemical reaction, of ethics as constructs, and of morality as a flexible thread that could be pulled, twisted, and torn. Why do we even need it? One asked, a smirk dancing on their lips. Isn't sin just a word? A concept to keep us in line? I felt my stomach twist. It was as if they were dissecting something sacred, and yet, I couldn't look away. I couldn't breathe. The heart of my belief cracked like fragile glass, and I knew then I was standing at the edge of something vast and ungraspable. Across the table from them sat Mara, a woman lost in thought, her fingers tracing absent patterns on her napkin. I could see the flicker of conflict in her eyes. She was a believer, clinging to the remnants of a faith that felt like slipping sand. I wanted to scream to her, to warn her that the world outside was shifting, that the old rules were crumbling like ancient stone, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I watched, feeling the weight of her silence, as she wrestled with her own demons. I remember her smile, the way it flickered like a candle fighting the wind. She had been my best friend once, before the conversations turned heavy and the laughter faded into philosophical debates that left us breathless and hollow. She was searching for meaning in a world that seemed to have none, teetering on the edge of despair. I ached for her, for the way she longed to fill the void with something, anything, that resembled hope. Yet, here we were, both bound by our own fragile beliefs, trapped in the cacophony of doubt. And then there was Jacob, the embodiment of rebellion. A man who wore his skepticism like armor, a jagged edge against the softness of faith. I could see the fire in his eyes as he raged against the idea of sin, of guilt, of the shackles of morality. He was a ghost haunting the corners of our conversations, lingering just out of reach, and yet so undeniably present. He spoke of freedom, of casting off the chains that bound us to ancient texts and doctrines, as if to suggest that without the weight of divine judgment, we could finally breathe. But was it freedom? Or was it anarchy? I felt the question swirl around me, a tempest of anxiety that threatened to drown us all. The weight of it pressed against my chest, a reminder that the very fabric of our lives was fraying. I watched as Jacob and Mara danced around each other, two souls drawn together by the gravity of their shared turmoil, yet pushed apart by their conflicting beliefs. The tension crackled in the air, electric and suffocating. Morality is just a social construct, Jacob declared one night, his voice rising above the clinking of glasses and the murmur of conversations. We create these rules, these sins, to control us. Strip it all away, and what do you have left? I could see the way Mara shivered at his words, as if he had stripped her of her very essence. The look in her eyes was a mixture of fear and anger, a tempest brewing beneath the surface. I remember the stories, she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. The parables that gave me hope, that painted the world in colors vibrant and full of meaning. Her words hung in the air, a fragile tether to a past that felt increasingly distant. Her heart bled as she spoke, and I could almost hear the echoes of prayers lost in the void. Hope? Jacob scoffed, a sneer on his lips. Hope is nothing but a lie we tell ourselves to keep from slipping into despair. There is no cosmic plan, no divine force guiding us. You want to talk about sin? Let's start with pretending we matter in a universe that doesn't care. The room fell silent as his words sank in, a lead weight, suffocating. I felt the cold tendrils of dread wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter with each breath. The choice lay before us, embrace the chaos or cling to the fading light of belief. The battle was both personal and universal, echoing through the ages and reverberating within the walls of our small cafe. In that moment, I was drawn into the abyss, a spectator to a conflict that felt larger than the three of us. The shadows stretched, flickering ominously. I understood then that we were all haunted, by choices, by fears, by the ghosts of our own making. I wanted to cry out, to break the spell that held us captive, but the words lodged in my throat like shards of glass. And as the clock continued to tick, counting down the seconds to something inevitable, I realized we were all standing at the precipice, each heartbeat a countdown to a reckoning we could no longer escape. Would we plunge into the darkness, or would we find a way to dance in the shadows, weaving our own tapestry of meaning in a world stripped bare? The question hung unspoken, a haunting echo in the night. Outside, the wind howled, a primal scream of the universe, a reminder that we were just tiny specks in an endless expanse. Yet within that chaos lay the undeniable truth, our hearts, our morality, our very souls yearned for connection, for understanding, for something beyond ourselves. And with every passing moment, I felt the walls closing in, the urgency mounting, a storm gathering on the horizon, ready to consume us all. The clock on the wall ticks in sync with frantic heartbeats. It's just past midnight, the hour when shadows stretch and whispers take on lives of their own. The room hums with tension, a tangible thing pressing against the walls, suffocating yet intoxicating. "I can't do this," Amelia gasps, her breath a sharp gasp that shatters the silence, her eyes darting toward the door as if it might offer salvation. Outside looms a world brimming with judgment, a city that breathes guilt into its very air. Jack, pacing like a caged animal, stops dead, his fingers twitching. What if they find out? His voice is low, gravelly, a crack in the facade of bravado he's built. He carries a burden heavier than the night, it sits on his shoulders like a yoke. What if they know about the deal? About what we did? I remember, Amelia's voice trails off, lost in the weight of the memories. I remember the way the light danced in his eyes, how I thought I could save him. A shiver ripples down her spine as she thinks of Daniel, his laughter like a haunting melody that plays just out of reach. She had promised him the universe, but what had she truly delivered? A reckoning. Jack's hands ball into fists, knuckles white, a storm brewing behind his gaze. We chose this. We were reckless. The words spill out like shards of glass, cutting through the air, slicing through the thick fog of denial. We could have walked away, but we thought we were invincible. The city outside breathes with an insatiable hunger, the streets bathed in cold light, cloaked in shadows that twist like serpents. It knows their guilt, it wraps around them like a predator, waiting, watching. They stand at the precipice of exposure, a single misstep away from disaster. The sounds of laughter and joy from the surrounding bars seep through the walls, mocking their despair. I can still hear him, Amelia whispers, her voice breaking like glass. Every joke, every secret, their ghosts trailing behind me. Her eyes glaze over, lost in a memory far too vivid, too raw. I didn't save him. I let him drown in his darkness while I stood there, paralyzed. She grips the edge of the table, knuckles turning white, a lifeline in a sea of regret. Jack's expression twists with compassion, but it's a fragile thing, cracking under the weight of his own sorrow. You weren't the reason he fell apart. We all wear masks, pretending we're okay. But we're not. I'm not. His voice trembles, breaking the carefully constructed barrier of stoicism. I'm just as broken as he was. Maybe we all are. Outside, the sound of sirens wails, a chilling reminder that judgment is never far. The city doesn't forget. It collects sins like trophies, lines its alleys with the wreckage of dreams and desires. Do you think they'll know? Jack asks, fear threading through his words, taut and trembling. What if they see us? What if they see the truth behind our smiles? I don't know, Amelia replies, her heart racing, the pulse of guilt thrumming through her veins. But what if we don't face it? What if we just pretend? The doubt lingers like smoke, curling around them, choking and intoxicating. Time stretches, distorts, bends. The clock ticks on, oblivious to their turmoil, indifferent to the human heart. Each tick feels like a countdown, a reminder that the weight of their choices is inescapable. I remember, Amelia says again, voice quivering. I remember staring at his empty chair, the spaces he occupied that now feel haunted. I thought I could help him, that love could mend broken things. But love isn't a miracle, it's a curse sometimes. Jack turns away, his breath ragged, his body pulsing with unresolved tension. We can't keep running from this. We have to confront it. We have to confront ourselves. But the words carry a heavy cost, each syllable pregnant with fear. The door creaks open, and they freeze, like deer caught in headlights. But it's only the wind, a gust that shrieks through the gaps in the window, carrying with it the scent of rain and despair. The world outside is vibrant, a nightclub throbs with life, laughter spilling into the night like a siren song. Do they know? Jack murmurs, a tremor in his voice, eyes darting toward the door. Do they see us? Can they feel the weight of our sins? Maybe they do. Amelia grips the table as if it might keep her grounded, but the ground feels increasingly unsteady. Maybe they're all just as lost. Just as haunted. Their shared silence thickens, a web of unspoken truths that clings to them, binding them tighter. What if we're trapped in our own guilt? Jack whispers, the horror of the thought settling like ice in his stomach. What if we become ghosts, too? Suddenly, Amelia stands. Then let's break free, she declares, defiant yet terrified. Let's shatter the haunting echoes of their judgment. Let's face it, whatever it is. Her heart races, a wild drum, echoing the fervor of her conviction. Jack meets her gaze, a flicker of hope igniting in the dark abyss of despair. You're right. He swallows hard, the weight of every unsaid word hanging between them. We can't keep living like this. We owe it to ourselves, to Daniel, to step out of the shadows. Together, they edge toward the door, hearts hammering like the relentless beat of a war drum. The city waits just beyond, cold, vibrant, alive with possibilities and lurking threats. Each step feels monumental, a commitment to confront the ghosts that lurk in the corners of their minds. I remember, Amelia whispers, the weight of her words hanging in the air. I remember wanting to save him. But now, maybe it's time to save ourselves. With one last glance at the shadows behind them, they step into the unknown, the weight of guilt trailing, but determination igniting a spark that refuses to be extinguished. The city breathes around them, a living entity eager to swallow their secrets, to unveil their truth. And as they walk, they understand, this isn't the end, it's only the beginning. The clock strikes midnight, each chime echoing through the empty halls like a distant war drum. Shadows creep along the walls, twisting into shapes that whisper of old sins, ghosts of decisions made and lives torn apart. I stand there, heart hammering in my chest, gripped by the weight of the moment. The air is thick, heavy with the scent of regret and desperation, and I can almost hear the silent screams of those long gone. Then there's him, Adolf, a man caught in the whirlwind of his own making. He stands at the edge of the balcony, staring into the abyss of a city he once sought to dominate. How many lives did he destroy in pursuit of an ideal? The moonlight casts a silver glow on his tortured face, revealing a vulnerability hidden beneath layers of arrogance. What have I done? He mutters, the words trembling like fragile leaves in an autumn wind. The city below is a graveyard of broken dreams, and he, its architect. But this isn't just his story. Somewhere in the shadows lurks Mary, a woman with eyes like storm clouds, fierce and full of untamed sorrow. In another life, in another time, she could have been a beacon of hope. Instead, she's a survivor of the very darkness Adolf conjured, a ghost in her own right, haunted by memories of loss. She wanders the streets, her heart aching with each step, burdened by the weight of a past that refuses to let her go. I remember, she whispers to herself, the laughter that turned to silence. It feels as though the world is spinning off its axis, each character trapped in their own downward spiral, yet somehow intertwined. The cacophony of anguish around them, echoes of war, of broken families, of shattered dreams, sings to the rhythm of their fates. The tension between them is palpable, electric, almost suffocating. As the clock continues to tick, I'm drawn into this chaotic ballet of redemption. Adolf, in his gilded cage, clutches a letter, a lifeline, perhaps. Or the last vestige of his humanity. I need to fix this, he gasps, and for a fleeting moment, I see a glimmer of the man he could have been. The weight of the crown he wears is not just heavy, it's suffocating. The world around him is ablaze, and he's the one holding the match. And then there's Mary, her spirit defiant, yet fragile as a spider's web, glistening in the early morning light. You were supposed to be a savior, she implores the darkness. Instead, you became a monster. Her voice is a haunting melody, echoing through the night, a cacophony of emotions, anger, pain, and an undeniable yearning for closure. She could scream, she could fight, but instead, she stands still, waiting for the storm to pass. The city itself seems to hold its breath, caught in the throes of an unrelenting tension. Buildings loom like ancient sentinels, witnesses to the chaos unfolding beneath their stone facades. Each alley whispers secrets of lives intertwined in tragedy, and each flickering street lamp casts long shadows, playing tricks on weary souls. I feel the chill wrap around me like a shroud, the air thick with memories that refuse to fade. Adolf walks into the night, his heart racing, as if time itself is taunting him. I can change, he declares, though deep down, he knows change is a treacherous path. The words feel like a prayer, desperate and raw. Yet, deep within the chasm of his heart, guilt festers, an uninvited guest that clings to his every thought. He sees the faces of the fallen, their eyes wide with betrayal. Forgive me, he breathes into the night, hoping the wind carries it to the heavens above. And Mary, dear Mary, finds herself drawn closer to the epicenter of this emotional maelstrom. As she approaches the remnants of a once vibrant square, a single tear escapes, tracing a path down her cheek like a river of sorrow. Forgiveness is a poison, she murmurs, sweet, yet deadly. The memories flood back, the laughter, the warmth, the joy that once echoed through her life, now replaced by an emptiness that gnaws at her soul. The moon hangs low, a silent witness to their struggles, illuminating the darkness within. Time feels elastic, stretching like a taut string, ready to snap at any moment. Every breath is a reminder of what was lost, every heartbeat a countdown to confrontation. In the distance, the clock tolls again, each chime resonating like a drumbeat heralding the end, or perhaps a beginning. Face me! Mary cries out, the desperation in her voice breaking the silence, shattering the fragile peace. You stole everything from me. Her spirit, once weighed down by despair, rises now like a phoenix from the ashes, fierce and unyielding. The shadows retreat as she confronts the embodiment of her darkest memories. Adolf stops, his heart racing, caught between the vortex of his past and the future he desperately wishes to forge. I never meant for this to happen, he pleads, but even he knows the truth, there's a line that cannot be uncrossed. I was lost? I was just a man. But as the silence swells, the ghosts of their shared history loom larger, stark, and undeniable. Their eyes meet, a collision of hearts and souls, a moment suspended in time where past and present intertwine. You can't just be a man, she screams, not after the blood on your hands. The world around them fades, the cacophony of the city silenced by their shared anguish. The weight of their histories presses down like a heavy shroud, smothering the flickering of hope that remains. I feel the air thicken with unresolved anger, pain, and the desperate need for forgiveness. In this crucible of emotion, both are teetering on the edge, two flawed souls searching for redemption in a world that offers none. Can we ever forgive? He whispers, his voice trembling, as if the answer lies hidden in the shadows around them. Mary's heart aches, caught between the desire for retribution and the faintest glimmer of understanding. I remember, she murmurs, the words flowing like a river of memories, the good times, the love, the joy. But the darkness has seeped too deep, and as the night wears on, it becomes clear that redemption is a path littered with the remnants of broken promises and shattered dreams. Outside, the city pulses, alive yet haunted, a living testament to the souls who wander its streets, searching for solace in a world that feels infinitely vast, yet impossibly small. And as the clock continues to tick, the shadows stretch longer, weaving their stories into the very fabric of time itself. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the hollow halls of the abandoned library. Dust motes danced in the thin slant of moonlight, swirling like lost souls caught between realms. It felt as though the very walls were holding their breath, waiting for something unspeakable to unfold. I stood frozen, shivering as echoes of laughter from a time long gone brushed against my skin, teasing my memories. Then I heard her, the softest whisper, a voice woven from shadows, "Please, don't go." It was Claire, her eyes dark pools of despair, tangled in a mess of emotion, desperation threading through her every word. Fear gripped my throat, thick and suffocating. I had seen her good side, the laughter, the light, now, it was buried beneath layers of sorrow that threatened to consume her. "Claire, it's not safe here," I urged, my own heart pounding with the rhythm of 1,000 regrets. I felt the weight of our past, each misstep, each harsh word spoken in anger, hung in the air like a noose, tightening. I could almost hear the echoes of our sins, the mistakes that had brought us to this brink, the rawness of unconfessed truth seeping through the cracks in our fragile bond. But she didn't flinch. "You think running will help?" Her voice tremored, slicing through the silence like a sharp blade. "You think ignoring it will make it disappear?" I remembered that evening beneath the stars, when we had dared to dream of forging a future together, the cosmos playing witness to our youthful naivete. We had looked up, believing that the universe would conspire in our favor, but we had been wrong, so painfully wrong. Our dreams had turned sour, twisted by the weight of our choices, sins that wrapped around our hearts like cold chains. Claire, I tried again, desperation bleeding through my words, we can't keep pretending. But she remained unmoved, her gaze a tempest, swirling with unresolved guilt. It felt like standing on the edge of an abyss, the dark pull of our past drawing us closer to the edge, the specters of our sins waiting below, eager to drag us into the depths. Then, as if summoned by the rawness of our emotions, the air shifted. The shadows elongated, morphing into twisted figures, ghosts of our past. I could see them, their faces betraying every regret, every lie we had whispered. They stood there, waiting. Do you see them? Claire's voice dripped with a venomous clarity, her eyes a mirror reflecting our shared darkness. They're here to remind us. To judge us. And suddenly I was transported to that fateful night. I could hear the sirens wailing in the distance, the chaos that had erupted like a storm, the moment when everything unraveled. I had promised her I would protect her. I had been her shield, only to crumble under the weight of my own failures, watching as the world fractured around us. Every story has a consequence, I whispered, the realization hitting me like a thunderclap. Every sin, every moment of weakness, it all leads us here. We were characters in our own tragic tale, the pages stained with blood and tears. The literature of our lives was a horror story, and we were both the heroes and the villains, our roles intertwined in an excruciating dance. Do you remember the words? Claire's question was a haunting refrain, echoing in the stillness. The poet said, we are the stories we tell ourselves. What if our story is a nightmare? And there it was, the heart of it all. We had crafted our narratives, each layer revealing a darker truth. Sin wasn't just an act, it was a collection of choices that shaped our characters, weaving our souls into a fabric of despair. I remember, I breathed, the memories flooding in like a relentless tide. I remember the nights spent writing, the dreams of redemption, but they're all gone now, lost to the shadows. The air crackled with tension, the specters pressing closer, their whispers a chilling chorus, you are not enough. You are not free. I reached for Claire, my fingers trembling with the weight of my own inadequacy. No. We can rewrite this. But doubt lingered, heavy like a shroud, stifling hope. In that moment, I saw the flicker of something, an ember of resolve igniting in her eyes. Maybe the only way out is through, she said, her voice steady, carving a path through the chaos. Could facing the darkness be our salvation? I didn't know, but I felt my heart race at the possibility. Together? I asked, holding my breath as if the very act of voicing that hope could shatter the spell of despair. Together, she echoed. The shadows recoiled, their hold on us weakening, the weight of our sins trembling as we began to push back. It was as if the very act of confronting our narratives altered the fabric of our reality. But the confrontation was far from over. The specters lingered, a testament to our past sins, whispering secrets that threatened to fracture our newfound resolve. You cannot escape, they taunted, weaving through the air like a chilling breeze. I felt Claire's hand tighten around mine, grounding me as we faced the abyss. The clock continued its relentless ticking, a reminder of time slipping away, the weight of our choices pressing down. But with each flicker of courage, we began to unravel the story that had ensnared us. It wasn't a tale of heroes and villains, it was a story of flawed individuals seeking redemption, tangled in the threads of their own making. As the moon dipped behind the clouds, the library fell silent once more, but the tension lingered, electric and raw, a promise of what was to come. In that heart-stopping moment, we stood on the precipice, ready to confront our past, our sins, knowing that the act of facing them might just lead to the redemption we so desperately sought. And as we stepped into the looming darkness, I could only wonder, what stories awaited us? What sins would we still have to confront? The night was alive with possibility, a narrative yet to unfold, and the shadows whispered tantalizing secrets, urging us to take that first step. The clock ticks louder than the beating heart in my chest, each second a hollow echo in the dimly lit room, shadows dancing like specters cast from the flickering glow of the TV screen. I can feel the weight of the world pressing down on me. On the screen, a figure stumbles through a neon-lit alley, a silhouette trapped in a web of regret and despair. I know that feeling all too well. I remember my mother's voice, soft and delicate like gossamer threads. Every sin has its redemption. But how do you redeem a sin when the whole world is watching? I can't shake the gnawing doubt. Is it even possible, or is it just another scripted moment, another shot in a reality show where authenticity fades like the morning mist? Across the room, Sarah's fingers twitch on the remote, a flicker of guilt mingling with the thrill of her voyeuristic delight. She's obsessed with the show, the characters' tragic flaws becoming her secret pleasure. Each episode, she's glued to the drama, savoring each moment of sin, each whispered lie, as if they were the greatest works of art. I wonder if she sees herself in them, if she translates their pain into something she can hold on to, something that justifies her choices. Look at him, she gasps, eyes wide, the light reflecting off the glossy surface of her pupils. He's a monster, but he's so human. I can't help but laugh, a bitter sound rising from my throat. Is that what we've come to? Celebrating the chaos. But there's a truth buried somewhere deep inside her obsession. It gnaws at me, a relentless reminder of our own decisions, our lives shaped by a media-saturated existence. The actors play their parts, but what of us? Aren't we all just figments in someone else's screenplay? Outside, the city groans under the weight of night, its pulse a chaotic symphony of sirens, laughter, and the distant thud of a bass-heavy club. I can almost taste the regret in the air, a bitter cocktail of choices made and paths unrevealed. I think of Jake, my brother, my anchor, who once believed in the simplicity of good and evil. He'd sit on our porch, strumming his guitar, serenading us with dreams of redemption. We can change the narrative, he would say, a glimmer of hope shining from his eyes. But what do we know of redemption? Now, he's just another ghost haunting our memories, a face on the missing poster taped to the lamppost at the corner of Sunset and Vine. I remember the laughter, I whisper, the words choking me. I remember him alive and whole. The screen flickers again, pulling Sarah and me back into its hypnotic grasp. The protagonist, a tormented soul, stands at the precipice, poised between sin and atonement. The camera zooms in, capturing the raw turmoil etched across his face. Why can't he just walk away? I ask, my voice trembling with frustration. It's just a choice. But Sarah's gaze is locked on the screen, her breath hitching as if she's somehow caught in his torment. He's trying to find his way back, she murmurs, a hint of longing in her voice, as if she can taste the bittersweet nectar of hope in the chaos. He's just like us. And in that moment, the air thickens with tension. The connection between us stretches like a taut string, vibrating with unspoken fears and desires. Redemption isn't just a plot device, it's our shared dream, a lifeline thrown into the turbulent waters of our existence. But the truth is more complicated. I can't ignore the shadows lurking at the edges of our lives, every missed opportunity, every lie we tell ourselves, festering like untreated wounds. We're all actors in a grand performance, feeding off each other's suffering, each other's triumphs, waiting for the moment when the spotlight shines on us. Sarah's eyes flicker with something darker, a yearning for the thrill of sin. What if we could rewrite our own stories, she whispers, and I see it, the flicker of a dangerous idea sparking to life. What if we could be the heroes? I shiver, the weight of her words settling heavily around my shoulders. I want to scream that we are not heroes. We are flawed, broken beings stumbling through a world painted in shades of grey. But the truth sits heavy in my chest, a truth I cannot voice. I remember the night Jake vanished, the phone calls that went unanswered, the silence that screamed louder than any confession. And then, the climax breaches the surface, a confrontation long brewing. The hero on screen falters, his past crashing into his present like a tidal wave. This is it. Sarah gasps, her fingers gripping the remote like a lifeline. He's either going to drown or rise. But what if the only choice is to sink? What if redemption is a deceptive mirage, just a flickering light in the distance, leading us down a path of more darkness? I want to reach through the screen, to pull him back, to tell him to save himself. Yet, as I glance at Sarah, I see the truth reflected in her eyes, a reckoning brewing beneath the surface. "This isn't just a show," I whisper, and the weight of the words hangs heavily in the air. "It's all of us." The screen flickers again, a heartbeat away from a resolution. Time slows, the world outside fading into a blur. Redemption teeters on the edge, a knife's blade poised to slice through the fabric of our lives. Silence envelops us, an abyss of possibility, heavy with the weight of every decision we've made. In this moment, sin and redemption collide, and I feel the pull of both, the magnetic lure of darkness and light. We're all waiting, breathless, for the next heartbeat, the next moment that might define us. Each choice, each action, each shadow that creeps in brings us closer to an unknown that both terrifies and exhilarates. I remember Jake's laughter, I remember Sarah's gaze, and I remember the haunting question that silences the chaos. In this vast cosmic play, where do we find ourselves? And as the screen fades to black, the pulse of the world quickens, echoing the tension that binds us all, waiting for the next moment, a cycle unbroken, a truth forever unresolved. A single candle flickers in the dim sanctuary, casting quivering shadows that seem to breathe, to whisper secrets of the ancients. The air is thick with anticipation, heavy as the weight of 1,000 prayers. The soft echo of footsteps signals the arrival of the prophet, a man worn with the weight of faith and burdened by the fragility of human resolve. He stands before a congregation teetering on the brink, hearts pounding, souls searching. I remember the first time I laid eyes on Samuel. His voice was a river, smooth, yet turbulent, carrying currents of hope and despair all at once. The congregation hung on his every word, but I, ever the skeptic, wondered how a man could wield faith like a sword and yet bleed so openly. "People," he urged, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity, "what is faith but the flicker of a candle in a storm? It flickers, yes, but it dares to shine." And there she was, Amelia, just a few rows back, her hands trembling in her lap. The tremors were not from fear, but from the storm raging inside her, a tempest of doubt and yearning. She had lost her son to illness, and the world had crumbled around her. Every prayer seemed to echo back in silence, every plea swallowed by the void. She looked at Samuel as if he were the last lifeline in a sea of despair, and I felt the gravity of her gaze pulling me toward her pain. "Why should we believe," she whispered to no one in particular, "when all we see is suffering?" Her voice cracked like ice in the winter's thaw. Each syllable landed with a weight that shattered the silence like thunder. Samuel turned to her, his expression softening, eyes glistening, not with pity, but with understanding. "Amelia," he said, and the air seemed to still, "faith is not a shield against suffering. It's the embrace of it." I could see her heart wrestle with that idea, her mind darting like a moth drawn to a flame, wanting to embrace it, yet fearing the burn. The congregation held its breath, every heart, every soul suspended in the electric tension. Samuel held the moment as if it were a fragile bird, cradled in his palms. As the night deepened, shadows curled like tendrils around us. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the windows against the storm. Inside, the air was charged, crackling with unspoken fears. I could feel the pulse of lives lived in agony and ecstasy, all swirling into this sacred space. I felt my own doubts creeping in, gnawing at the edges of my resolve like a ravenous beast. What did I believe? Was faith a balm or a curse? "Remember," Samuel implored, "faith is a journey through the dark. It's the moments of doubt that shape us, that lead us to grace." His voice rose, a crescendo that swept through the room, stirring something primal. I could see Amelia nodding, her heart beating a little faster, her breath a little steadier. "It's okay to be lost," he said, "as long as you're willing to walk in the dark." I felt the room shudder, a collective inhalation, as if the universe itself paused to listen. In that poignant moment, I remembered my own scars, not so different from Amelia's. The loss, the yearning for something just beyond reach, the haunting specter of abandonment. My heart raced like a wild horse, caught between the gallop of hope and the anchor of despair. Overhead, the clock ticked ominously, a reminder of time slipping away, the precious seconds that we squander on doubt and fear. I glanced at Amelia, and in her eyes, I saw the flicker of resolve igniting. She was not just grieving, she was transforming. Faces around us softened, the weight of hurt lightening just a little, as if Samuel's words were chiseling away the stone surrounding our hearts. But then, from the back, a voice, raw, jagged, cutting through the moment like glass. "What do you know of suffering?" It was Thomas, a man weighed down by bitterness, his face a mask of anger and grief. "You speak of faith, but what if faith fails? What then?" The congregation shifted, unease rippling like a pebble tossed into still water. Samuel stood firm, unyielding as a lighthouse in a storm. "Thomas, I know suffering," he replied, and the vulnerability in his voice pierced the tension. "I have stood in the ruins of my own faith. I have felt the abyss stare back at me. But it is precisely in those moments that we find our truest selves." The room fell silent, hearts and breaths entwined around his words. And there it was, that haunting moment where hope meets despair, a chasm we all teetered over, no one sure which way we would fall. I felt my pulse quicken, a rhythmic drum echoing the chaos in my mind. What was faith, really? A promise, a burden, or a lifeline? Samuel and Thomas stood like titans at the edge of a storm, both flawed, both wrestling with their truths. As the candle flickered low, illuminating the shadows of our fears, I realized that this was not just a confrontation, it was a crucible. In that space, we were all being forged anew, our doubts pressed into shape by the heat of vulnerability and the hammer of honesty. The air thick with a tension both terrifying and liberating. "Without darkness, there can be no light," Samuel said softly, and for a moment, we were all suspended on that precipice, hearts beating in unison, caught between fear and faith. The storm outside raged on, but within this sanctuary, we discovered something deeper than certainty, a connection that transcended the very fabric of our struggles. Then the candle flickered its last, plunging us into darkness, a swirling abyss of unknowns, and I knew that even in this void, we would find a way to believe. The journey didn't end here, it spiraled onward, a haunting refrain echoing in our souls. The candle may have gone out, but the warmth of our shared struggle lingered, a promise of faith reborn in the shadows. The clock in the room ticked with relentless precision, each second a hammer blow against the silence. Somewhere in the shadows, a figure trembled, clutching a crumpled photograph that whispered of a time when smiles were genuine and laughter echoed freely. The dim light revealed the desperate face of Rebecca, eyes wide and haunted, as she replayed the moments that led her here, her dingy motel room, the scent of stale cigarettes mingling with betrayal. Her heart raced, a frantic drumbeat against the hollowed-out shell of her existence. This was not a dream, this was her reality, sharp and cruel. "I remember a time when I thought I could fly," she muttered, the words tasting bitter on her tongue. "Before the thorns took root." Her fingers traced the outline of a boy with messy curls and an easy grin, a snapshot of her son, Maximum. The world had seemed so full of promise then. But now, she was drowning in shadows, gasping for air in a sea of smoke and shattered promises. Across town, in the grimy backroom of an abandoned warehouse, a different crisis was brewing. Marcus, a man whose soul felt more like a ghost than flesh, sat slumped against the wall, a needle glistening ominously in his hand. The echoes of laughter from long-gone friends taunted him, memories of nights filled with reckless exuberance now twisted into haunting reminders of the price he paid. He remembered the first hit, the rush that felt like flying, the world bursting into technicolor. But that high was a lie, it always was. The truth clawed at him now, raw and unyielding, forcing him into the dark corners of his mind where regret festered. "I can't do this anymore," he whispered, voice cracking under the weight of his admission. Yet the needle glimmered like a siren's call, a promise of escape wrapped in deception. It was a battle he fought daily, each moment stretching into eternity, a tug-of-war between the desire to heal and the chains of his addiction that bound him tighter than any prison bar. Back at the motel, Rebecca's thoughts raced. She could still hear Max's laughter in her mind, a sweet melody overshadowed by the grime of her choices. "I did this for you, baby," she whispered to the photo, a futile attempt to convince herself that her descent into addiction was justified. But the truth loomed larger than the shadows, she had lost herself long before she lost him. "I remember," each phrase dragged her deeper into a pit of despair. I remember when I could hold him without shaking. I remember the way he looked at me, unaware that his mother was a ghost. The walls of the room seemed to close in, suffocating her. She thought of Marcus, once a friend, now a specter of what could have been. They had walked the same streets, shared the same dreams, until the thorns crept in, wrapping around their hearts like a vice, squeezing until the breath left their bodies. They had laughed, danced, and loved, but the laughter turned hollow, the dance slowed, and love became a faint echo of their former selves. Then, a knock shattered the silence, sending a surge of panic through Rebecca. "Open up," a voice barked, gruff and commanding. The sound sent shudders through her core. She scrambled to hide the photograph, the remnants of her past slipping away like sand through her fingers. "Please, don't take me back," she breathed, though she knew the universe didn't care for please. The thorns had grown too thick around her heart, and she was trapped in a web of her own making. Meanwhile, Marcus felt the walls of the warehouse closing in. He needed that hit, he needed it like a drowning man needed air. But as he prepared the needle, he was beset by memories of Rebecca, of the laughter they shared, and the dreams that once danced between them like fireflies on a summer's night. "What happened to us?" he whispered into the dark, but the universe remained deaf to his cries. As Rebecca opened the door, a rush of cold air swept through, and the figure on the other side, an officer, face stern, cut through the chaos. "We need to talk," he said, and the finality in his voice crushed her. That haunting sense of inevitability filled the room, smothering her with the weight of her choices. "I've seen your name on the reports. It's time to face the music." The confrontation loomed, a tempest gathering on the horizon as Marcus, lost in his own demons, thought of her. "I can't lose her," he murmured, driven by a fear that clawed at his chest. He stumbled to his feet, heart racing, the needle slipping from his fingers as he remembered the last time they shared a moment that felt real. The laughter, the dreams, could he chase them back? Could he drag her from the brink? "Rebecca," he shouted into the night, voice echoing against empty walls. "I need you." But the shadows swallowed his words, leaving nothing but a lingering silence. The clock ticked on, relentless and cold, a cruel reminder that time was his enemy. Tension thickened, a palpable force wrapping around both of them, threads of fate pulling tighter. The past echoed in their minds, the specters of dreams long lost screaming out for release. Each heartbeat mirrored the ticking clock, a countdown to the moment of no return, a moment where they would have to confront everything they'd become, the ghosts of their own making. And as the weight of their choices settled in the air, a truth loomed, dark and unyielding. The thorns of addiction had taken root, twisting their lives into something unrecognizable. But in that moment, amidst the chaos, a flicker of hope blinked in the shadows, faint, fragile, and relentless, like the first light of dawn breaking through the dark night. It whispered that perhaps, just perhaps, they could find their way back to each other, back to the laughter, back to the love that once felt infinite. But would they dare to reach for it? The air was thick with despair, a shivering silence that swallowed the last remnants of sunlight as it fell behind the jagged peaks. I stood at the crossroads, heart hammering against my chest like a caged beast yearning for freedom. The path of thorns lay before me, a treacherous winding trail littered with the shattered dreams of those who dared to traverse it. Each thorn seemed to pulse with a sinister vitality, whispering secrets of long-lost souls. I could feel them, they were here, lingering, their breath mingling with mine, urging caution. I remember the tales they wove, stories of moral lessons hidden in the shadows of twisted fate. To my left, Ilara stood, her face a mask of determination marred by the fear that knitted her brow. She had always been the brave one, the spark that ignited our adventures. But now, I caught a glimpse of the cracks in her armor, her hands trembled, fingers brushing against the jagged edges of a violet flower, each petal sharp as betrayal. Once, she had laughed at the folly of superstition. Now, faced with the twisted path ahead, she clutched a talisman, something ancient, something that pulsed like a heartbeat. "Are we really doing this?" she whispered, her voice barely breaking the suffocating stillness. There was a tremor, a question that slipped through the bravado, shivering against the place where hope and dread collided. I swallowed hard, every fiber of my being screaming to turn back. Yet, the fire in my chest roared louder than the fear. We have to, I replied, though the weight of my own words felt like lead. We were not just seeking treasures or glory, we were chasing the echoes of our past, a promise made long ago that now clung to us like shadows. But it wasn't just Ilara. Across the gnarled path, I saw Marcus, his silhouette a dark ghost against the fading light. His face was carved from stone, but I knew the turmoil that swirled beneath. Once a friend, a brother in mischief, he was now a stranger, lost in the depths of his own choices. I remembered the laughter we shared, the reckless abandon of youth, and how greed had gnawed at that bond until it was but a threadbare memory. Marcus, I called, though my voice felt small, choked by the tension that stretched between us. The thorns rustled, as if in response. I'm not afraid, he snapped, though I could read the cracks beneath his bravado. You want to face the ghosts? Fine. But I'm not turning back. His eyes were wild, a storm brewing in those depths, and I felt the weight of it settle over us like a shroud. I remembered the stories whispered by the fire, tales of those who had traveled this path and met their fates, some noble, some grotesque, but all were steeped in lessons that cut deeper than any blade. The thorns were not merely plants, they were the very embodiment of our choices, shaped by desire, regret, and consequence. As the shadows stretched and the last vestiges of light faded, we stepped onto the path. Each step echoed with the weight of our decisions, the thorns reaching out like fingers, tugging at our clothes, our skin. The air crackled, thick with the scent of earth and something else, something rotten, the stench of misplaced trust. Do you remember when we thought we were invincible? I asked, glancing back at Ilara. When we believed we could outrun the consequences of our actions. Her laughter echoed in my mind, bright and carefree, a stark contrast to the grim reality surrounding us now. I remember, she replied, her voice steadier now, but the shadow of doubt lingered. I remember thinking we could change the world. Her gaze drifted to Marcus, then back to the darkening path ahead. But look where we are now. The thorns loomed larger, each one a testament to our shared histories, the betrayals, the misunderstandings, the lies we told ourselves. As we walked, the silence became oppressive, a weight pressing down on our chests. I felt it, the crushing realization that we were not just walking a path of thorns, we were walking through the graveyard of our pasts. Do you hear that? Marcus's voice sliced through the heavy silence, a fracture in our shared despair. I strained to listen, and there it was, a soft, haunting melody, drifting through the air like a lost dream. It beckoned us, wrapping around us like a lover's embrace. We're close, he said, determination igniting in his eyes. It's right there. But as we pressed on, the melody twisted, turning into a cacophony of whispers, voices of the lost, warning us, pleading. Shadows danced along the edges, reflections of our fears and regrets. I felt the ground shift beneath us, the thorns shifting, crawling, as if alive, a reminder that the past has a way of clawing its way back into the light. Turn back, the whispers cried. Turn back before it's too late. But I couldn't turn back. I remembered the pact we made beneath the old oak tree, the promise that had bound us together, and how slowly, through betrayal, we had frayed those ties. We were not here merely to face the path, but to confront ourselves, each thorn a symbol of our choices, a reminder of how we had strayed. Keep going, Ilara urged, her voice fierce. We can't stop now. Her eyes burned with a fire that mirrored the essence of who we were, the resilient spirits we had forged amidst our folly. As we pressed on, the world around us began to blur, the thorns became a tapestry of our lives, each twist and turn a reflection of who we had been, who we could still become. The thorns were no longer merely obstacles, they were the essence of our moral landscape, a haunting reminder that the choices we made would forever shape the contours of our souls. The air crackled with tension, and just ahead lay the heart of the path, a clearing, where the thorns surrendered to a cold moonlight, where shadows danced and flickered like flames. I knew that whatever awaited us would demand everything we had, every ounce of courage and heart. I felt it in my bones, the truth that lay just beyond the edge of the clearing. This was not merely a climax of our journey, it was the beginning of a reckoning. And as we stepped into the moonlit clearing, the whispers grew louder, weaving a tapestry of our past, present, and future, a symphony of choices echoing through the vast expanse of the night, snaking around us like the thorns that had brought us here. The path would not end here, no, it would spiral on, intertwining with the shadows, forever shaping who we were destined to be. I remember the sound of the world collapsing, the echo of shattered glass mingling with desperate screams. It was a Tuesday, ordinary, mundane, but that morning, the digital storm broke loose. I'm standing in the middle of it, heart racing, breath hitching as I watch everything unravel, pixel by pixel. The glow of my phone, that insatiable beacon, flickers ominously, casting shadows that dance like phantoms on the walls. There's Zoe, my sister, crumpled on the floor, clutching her device like a lifeline while the notifications flash like strobe lights, each ping a reminder of the betrayal that the digital age etched into our lives. Her eyes are wild, swirling with fear and confusion. "Did you hear about the breach?" she gasps, each word laced with panic. I nod, but I don't want to admit that it feels like we're being watched, monitored, not just by the screen but by something darker, something that lurks just beyond the veil of the night. The world outside, so bright with city lights, feels like a trap. The walls close in, and I feel the ghost of our childhood laughter smothered under the weight of technology. "Everything we've shared, everything we've become, it's all out there," she whispers, as if the very air might snatch her words and carry them away. I remember how we used to share secrets under the stars, our dreams untainted by the sharp claws of the internet. Now, those dreams seem like distant memories, falling apart in the chaos of notifications and relentless scrolling. But there's Tom, too, my best friend, a beacon of optimism in this electric storm. He stands near the window, fingers poised over his phone, face illuminated like a martyr's. "We can fix this," he insists, though his voice is trembling. "It's just data, we can reclaim what's ours." The fervor in his tone is infectious, but I can see the cracks in his facade, the fear lurking behind his bravado, the burdens he can't shake. I remember the late-night conversations we had about the future, dreaming of a world free from the chains of technology. Yet, here we are, paralyzed. The silence swells, punctured only by the frantic tapping of fingers against glass, the sound mixing with the hollow thud of our hearts. Zoe's phone lights up again, casting an eerie glow on her face. "Someone's spreading rumors, Tom. They say they have our data, our lives, our sins." The word hangs heavy in the air, a shackle binding us to ancient fears. She looks at me, eyes wide with terror. "What if they expose us?" I shiver, feeling the spectral chill of the digital age seep into my bones. "What have we done?" I murmur, my voice barely audible. Every click, every like, every post a thread in this web we've spun, tangled ourselves within. I remember the thrill of sharing, the joy of connection, now drowning in a sea of repercussions. "Zoe, it's just noise," Tom says, though I sense the uncertainty trembling in his words. "We're stronger than this." But I see the truth lurking in his eyes, that flicker of doubt that whispers of vulnerability. Each notification becomes a ghost, each message a reminder of our shared sins. I feel the weight of regret crash over me. The photos I've posted, the jokes I've shared, the moments I thought were innocent now feel like daggers, each one poised to slice through the fabric of our lives. I remember my own failures, those moments of weakness, the times I sought validation in likes and shares. The clock ticks, each second echoing like a death knell, reminding us of the time slipping away. I glance at the screen, and the world outside is bathed in a red hue, as if the sky itself is bleeding. I can't help but think of the ghosts we've invited into our lives. Our faces shine back at us, pixelated reflections of the people we once were. Zoe's voice wavers, "What if we're not the only ones?" Her words slice through the air, heavy with implications. What if we're just pawns in a game we don't understand? The fear in her voice is palpable, a shroud wrapping around us. Tom clenches his fist, determination bleeding into desperation. We have to fight back. We can't let them win. But I see his bravado faltering. His digital strength crumbles under the weight of an invisible foe. I remember the laughter shared over memes and the arguments sparked by opinions, how they once felt like connection, now a suffocating blanket. The irony twists like a knife, how the very tools meant to bring us closer now pull us apart, revealing the raw, pained essence of humanity. The wind howls outside, carrying the echoes of our fears, reminding us of the fragility of our digital lives. I glance at Zoe, her face illuminated by the cold glow of the screen, and I see the child she once was, a girl with dreams untarnished by the weight of the world. Hold on, I say, my voice trembling with a fragile hope. We can still reclaim our story. I can feel the weight of my own words, the burden of a promise that hangs in the air, heavy as the night itself. In this moment, everything feels suspended, time, fear, hope, each second stretching into eternity. The dark corners of our minds whisper the truth, but I refuse to let them drown us. We are not just victims, not mere characters in a digital drama. We are still alive, still fighting under the flickering chaos of a world that wants to consume us. I remember the warmth of connection before the cold bite of technology, a sanctuary amidst the chaos, and I grasp at that thread, hoping to weave it back into our lives before it's too late. The shadows loom, the digital storm rages on, but here, in this moment, we hold on to each other, flawed, broken, yet undeniably human. And perhaps, just perhaps, that's enough to pull us through. Cold rain splattered against the cobblestones, each drop a tiny hammer striking the remnants of yesterday's sins. I stood in the shadows of the ancient cathedral, the spires clawing at the bruised sky, heart pounding like the drums of a distant funeral. Elena huddled beside me, her breath shallow and quick, as though she were trying to outrun the weight of our shared guilt. Her fingers trembled, clutching the rosary beads, the smooth wood worn from countless prayers whispered in the dead of night. I didn't mean to, she whispered, and her voice cracked like glass, sharp and fragile. Didn't mean to what? I snapped, the words spilling from my lips like poison. You think that's enough? The world doesn't care about intentions. The word stung, not just her, but me too, for I was guilty, a mirror reflecting her pain. We stood in the heart of a place where sin was etched in stone, each gargoyle a witness to the brokenness of humanity. I remembered the stories my grandmother told, how the villagers spoke of the devil lurking in the shadows, how they believed that sin was a living thing, a parasite feeding on souls. In my culture, she used to say, we wear our sins like chains, heavy and cold. I turned to Elena, whose eyes were pools of despair. What does it mean to sin in your world? I asked, the question hanging between us like the damp fog. Her brows knitted together, as if she could pull the answers from the air. Back home, it's shameful, she said. A stain on your family name. In my village, we have rituals, sacrifices. I saw them once, a goat on the altar, its life taken for the sake of redemption. I could almost hear the heartbeat of that sacrifice, the desperate bleat resonating in my own chest. But does that erase the wrong? I pressed. What do we truly pay for our sins? There was a moment, a heartbeat suspended in time, where silence wrapped us like a shroud. The past loomed heavy, memories clawing at the edges of my mind. I remembered the raucous laughter of my childhood friends, the joy overshadowed by the dark truth that we'd chewed on the bones of our own mistakes and fed the ghosts of our ancestors. Sometimes, I whispered, I think the world is just one big ledger of sins. We keep tallying them up, thinking we can balance it out, but it never works out that way. Elena nodded, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. And then there are cultures that see sin differently, where it's just a part of life, like breathing. In some tribes, it's a rite of passage, a way to learn. I could feel the city shifting around us, the shadows whispering secrets of the past, secrets I wasn't sure I wanted to hear. But what if that's a lie? I asked, my voice trembling, my fear palpable. What if they're just fooling themselves? What if sin is never washed away, no matter how much we try to cleanse our souls? A figure emerged from the mist, a priest in tattered robes, face obscured by the darkness. You speak of sin as if it were a choice, he said, voice low and gravelly. But it's a curse, a mark upon the soul. To sin is to exist in a world that has forgotten the light. The word struck me like a cold blade. I looked at Elena, her face twisted in confusion and fear. What do you know of our suffering? She spat, anger igniting in her, a fire against the chill. I know you think you can escape it, the priest replied, stepping closer, his presence looming. But it clings to you, like a shadow. It's the darkness that defines us. The rain fell heavier now, drowning our voices, but inside me, a tempest brewed. I remembered the sins of my own past, the friendships broken, the lies told, the love squandered. Each echo was a slap, a reminder that I was drowning in my own choices, and here was this man, this spectre of our collective guilt, laying bare the truth of our existence. I have seen cultures, he continued, who embrace sin as a canvas, painting their existence with the hues of sorrow and regret. In some lands, they wear their sins like scars, trophies of survival, reminders of battles fought. Then why do I feel this emptiness? I cried, my voice rising above the storm. Why does it feel like I'm just a ghost haunting my own life, shackled by what I've done? Elena looked at me, her pain reflected in my eyes. Because we don't forgive ourselves, she said, the softness of her voice cutting through the rain. We carry our sins like stones, but we have the power to let them go. I shook my head, disbelief mingling with a sliver of hope. But how do we let go of something that has shaped us? How do we rewrite our stories when they're etched in blood? The priest stepped back, eyes narrowing. Perhaps you begin by embracing the darkness. By acknowledging it as part of who you are, a ghost that can guide you rather than haunt you. The rain subsided, leaving a haunting silence, heavy with possibility. In that moment, I felt the weight of cultures colliding, each one a world unto itself, each bearing its own sins, its own understanding of what it meant to fall short. I could feel the air thickening, charged with the weight of unspoken truths, our breaths mingling in the stillness. From the shadows, a beggar appeared, his face lined with stories untold. He looked at us with eyes that had seen the world turn, eyes that had bared witness to every crime against humanity. Sin is not just a deed, he rasped. It is a mirror. And in its reflection, we find not just our darkness, but our potential for light. And in that moment, in that flicker of hope, something shifted inside me. The storm of despair began to ebb, revealing a fragile thread of understanding. Perhaps sin was less a burden than a canvas, waiting for us to paint, to create, to redefine who we were amidst the chaos. It was all intertwined, a tapestry of shadows and light, where every culture held its own stories, its own struggles and reconciliations. I realized then that we were not alone. The rain, the darkness, the sins, they were threads connecting us, binding us in our shared humanity. As the mist began to lift, I felt our narratives merging, colliding, a symphony of voices rising into the night. What if we could learn from each other? I murmured, a new warmth igniting in my chest. What if we could weave our scars into something beautiful? Elena's hand found mine, squeezing tight, her heartbeat echoing against the pulse of the universe. In that moment, I knew we were on the brink of something profound, caught in the dance of sin and redemption, shadows and light, forever entwined. And just like that, the storm faded, a silence settling in, heavy with possibilities, yet pregnant with the weight of what lay ahead. A single tear traced a path down her cheek, glistening like shattered glass in the harsh fluorescent light of the sterile room. Anna stood frozen, clutching the edges of her hospital gown, the smell of antiseptic clawing at her throat. The beeping of the machines felt like a countdown to something inevitable, a grim reminder of the weight pressing down on her heart. Her brother, David, lay there, tubes snaking from his body like invasive vines, silent, still. The words hung between them, heavy as a lead blanket, I can't forgive you. What had once been a bond forged in laughter and childhood secrets was now suffocated by the shadows of betrayal and unspoken words. A single wrong decision had changed everything. It was all her fault, she told herself. She remembered the night, the rain pounding against the windows, the sound a relentless echo of her own heartbeat, the storm outside a mere whisper compared to the tempest brewing inside her. David had called, frantic, desperate. I need you, Anna. How could she have known that the very act of appearing would tear them apart? She had arrived too late to save him from the hell of his choices, too late to save their family from the fractures now laid bare. His eyes had been wild, glazed with fear and something darker, something she dared not name. Why, she had screamed, the pain in her voice reverberating through the empty hallways of their childhood home. Why did you let this happen? I didn't mean for any of this to stop. Just stop. The words had erupted from her like a volcano, spewing forth the molten lava of her rage, her grief. You don't get to explain this away. Not now. Not after everything. And then the silence had come, thick and suffocating, wrapping around them like a shroud. Years of shared dreams and brother-sister secrets evaporated into the humid night, leaving behind only the bitter taste of betrayal. Now, standing in this sterile room, Anna felt the weight of every unspoken word drown her. A candle flickered on the windowsill, the flame dancing in defiance of the chaos surrounding it. She took a shaky breath, the rhythmic beeping of the machines pulsing like a heartbeat, a reminder that life continued, even when everything felt broken. Then there was Maria. Maria, who had been caught in the crossfire, a specter haunting both of their lives. Anna had never intended to hurt her, never wanted to push her into a corner. But the truth was, Maria was a complication, a razor-edged whisper of betrayal that had cut through the fabric of their lives. The three of them, once inseparable, now lived in a web of shattered trust. I remember, Maria had said, her voice trembling, the words spilling out like ink from a broken pen. I remember the laughter. The way we used to run through the fields, wild and free, as if nothing could ever touch us. But touch them it did, the cold fingers of reality creeping in, wrapping around their throats. And now? Now, the laughter felt like a ghost, haunting her every thought. The silhouette of their shared happiness loomed large, a constant reminder of what was lost. Forgiveness was a gaping chasm, a treacherous cliff where one misstep could lead to a fatal plunge into despair. Do you think we can ever go back? Maria had whispered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Back to the way things were. Anna had wanted to scream, to rage against the injustice of it all. How could they possibly go back? The past was a locked door, and they stood outside, shivering in the cold. The key was lost, buried beneath layers of pain and regret. Now, Anna's heart hammered in her chest. She wanted to scream at David, to shake him awake from this nightmare, to demand he understand the gravity of his choices. You have to fight, she wanted to yell. For us. For what we had. But the words felt stuck in her throat, a chokehold of failure and despair. The machines beeped on, a cruel metronome counting down moments that felt like lifetimes. Each sound pierced through the silence, punctuating the raw wound of their shared history. She could almost hear the whispers of their childhood echoing in the sterile walls, echoes of laughter, of promises made in the light of day, now turned into shadows lurking at the corners of her mind. I can't forgive you, she thought again, knowing it was a lie. A lie she clung to like a raft in a storm. Because deep down, beneath the anger and the hurt, there was something else, a flicker of hope, a yearning to believe that perhaps one day, she could find it in her heart to forgive. But time stretched out before her, an abyss she feared to traverse. The clock on the wall ticked away the seconds, a relentless reminder of the urgency of it all. Forgiveness felt like grasping at smoke, a ghost that danced just out of reach. She would need to confront David, confront the reality of what they had lost and what it meant to be human in the face of such despair. And then, as if conjured from the echoes of her thoughts, David stirred. His eyelids fluttered like the wings of a trapped bird, a flicker of awareness breaking through the haze. And in that moment, everything she felt, every wound, every longing, every trace of affection, collided within her, a storm that threatened to pull her under. Anna. His voice was barely a whisper, fragile as glass. The world around them faded, and it was just the two of them in that moment, suspended in time, the air thick with unspoken words and the weight of their shared history. I'm here, she managed to croak, her voice a mere thread, unraveling in the silence. And as she stood there, the room crackling with tension, the gravity of their shared mistakes pulling them closer, she felt the flicker of forgiveness ignite within her. But would it be enough? As David's eyes searched hers, desperate for connection, for understanding, the answer hung in the air, fragile, like the last breath of a dying star. Time, with its relentless march, continued on. The moment stretched, coiling around them like a snake ready to strike, and Anna knew that forgiveness was not a destination, but a journey, a winding path fraught with pain, love, and the unyielding hope that perhaps, in the end, they would find their way back to each other. The clock's hands trembled on the wall, casting a shadow over the room, where silence screamed louder than any word could. I stood there, heart pounding against my chest, feeling the weight of my sins pressing down like 1,000 bricks. Outside, the world moved on, cars honked, people laughed, unaware of the storm brewing within the walls of my fragile existence. I remember that night vividly, even now, the smell of burnt coffee lingering in the air, thick and bitter. I could hear her soft footsteps before I saw her, each one a whisper of danger, each one pulling me deeper into the abyss of regret. Sarah stood there, her eyes wide, filled with a mixture of fear and something far more dangerous, understanding. We were two broken souls, struggling against the tide of our choices, our hearts tethered by the sin that had brought us together. "Why did you do it?" Her voice cracked like glass, delicate yet sharp enough to cut. I wanted to tell her, wanted to spill my truth like a confession, but the words lodged in my throat, heavy and bitter. Instead, I shifted my gaze to the window, where night shrouded the world outside in mystery. I could see shadows playing tricks, and the moon seemed to watch, a silent judge of our sins. "I didn't mean to hurt you," I whispered. Each syllable felt like a lie, the weight of it pressing down on my chest, suffocating. I could see her breath hitch, could feel the space between us crackle with tension, like a rubber band stretched to its limit. She was my best friend, my anchor, and now, because of my reckless choices, I had dragged her into my chaos. But there was more to Sarah than just hurt. Beneath the surface, a storm brewed, wild and untamed. She took a step closer, the air between us thickening, crackling with unspoken words. "You think this is just about you? You think I'm the only one hurting?" Her voice was low, dangerous, the kind of sound that made my skin prickle. I had seen the darkness in her before, the way her laughter turned brittle when she thought no one was watching. We were caught in this web of pain together, two souls entwined in the aftermath of choices that felt like falling into an endless abyss. I remembered our childhood, the innocence we wore like a shield against the world. We believed in fairy tales, in the goodness of people. But now, those memories felt like ghosts haunting us, whispering haunting truths about our lost innocence. I wanted to shake her, to wake her from this nightmare we had created. "It doesn't have to be this way," I pleaded, desperation clawing at my throat. But she was shaking her head, strands of hair falling like shadows over her face. "You think you can just walk away from this? You think I can?" Her voice rose, raw with emotion, a storm breaking free. I could see the cracks in her resolve, the way her hands trembled. The consequences of my actions rippled through her, shaking her foundation, and I was the architect of her undoing. Outside, the city buzzed, unaware of the turmoil within our hearts. The world kept turning, oblivious to the wreckage left behind in the wake of our choices. I caught a glimpse of a couple walking hand in hand, their laughter ringing out like a mocking melody. I envied them, their carelessness, their freedom from the shackles of guilt that bound us. "Do you even see what's happening to us?" I muttered, desperation clawing at my insides. "We're drowning, Sarah. We're drowning together." Her eyes, usually filled with warmth, now blazed with a fierce light. "Then let's drown together." It was a challenge wrapped in vulnerability, a promise laced with danger. In that moment, I saw the abyss in her eyes, a reflection of my own. We were two sides of the same coin, each carrying the weight of our sins, and there was no easy escape. I turned away, my heart racing, pounding like the drums of war. I reached for the coffee cup, its surface shattered, a reminder of the fragility of everything we held dear. What if we could make it right? What if we could find a way back? I didn't know if the words were true. Desperation had a way of twisting hope into something unrecognizable. Sarah's expression softened, a flicker of something that felt almost like hope illuminating her features. "And what would that look like? Can we ever wash away the blood on our hands?" Her gaze pierced through me, as if searching for the answers that eluded us both. I felt a tremor in the air, as if the universe was holding its breath, waiting for our next move. The clock ticked, each second a reminder of our fleeting time. I wanted to reach out and grasp her hand, to pull her back from the ledge. But the chasm between us felt insurmountable, a void echoing our shared despair. The silence grew heavy, wrapping around us like a shroud. I could almost hear the ghosts of our choices whispering in the dark, haunting and relentless. I remembered the way our laughter once filled the spaces between us, and now there was only the sound of our hearts breaking, a haunting symphony of despair. "Maybe we're too far gone," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The words hung in the air, a bitter truth that settled like dust in the corners of our hearts. Sarah's eyes glistened, and for a moment, time slowed, stretching into eternity as we stood on the precipice of our shared demise. "Then let's go down together," she whispered, and in that moment, I knew we were standing at the edge of something beautiful and terrifying. A confrontation loomed, one that would either tear us apart or forge something unbreakable. As the shadows danced around us, I could feel the weight of our sins, the consequences looming like dark clouds ready to burst. And somewhere in the distance, the moon shone brighter, illuminating the path ahead, a narrow, crumbling road that led into the heart of darkness, begging us to take the first step. The clock strikes midnight, a sound so heavy it seems to shake the very earth. Each chime reverberates through the cobblestone streets, echoing like the heartbeat of a world teetering on the brink of chaos. A fire flickers in a distant window, its glow casting long shadows that dance with the whispers of forgotten souls. I stand in the alley, heart racing, chest tight, watching the scene unfold as though I'm trapped in a nightmare, no escape, only the raw pulse of desperation. The woman stands just ahead, her back to me, shoulders hunched as if burdened by the weight of 1,000 prayers unanswered. Ilara, they call her, a name that once sang of hope, now a mournful echo in a world gone mad. She grips a tattered banner, the fabric frayed yet resolute, bearing the words of the forgotten, liberty for all. Her voice trembles when she speaks, a whisper caught in the wind, desperately seeking those who need to hear it. She is a flicker of light in this churning darkness, yet fear clings to her like smoke. I remember her laughter, warm, unyielding, but now it's buried beneath layers of anguish. Then there's Thomas, my brother, a man torn between duty and desire. He stands at the edge of the crowd, his face shadowed but his gaze fierce, a lion ready to pounce. He's a soldier, and loyalty courses through his veins like fire, yet tonight, that loyalty pulls him in a myriad of directions. He clenches his fists, knuckles white as he watches Ilara struggle against the tide of fear that threatens to drown her spirit. I can feel his internal battle almost as if it's mine, a tempest of love and obligation. Why can't they see? Ilara's voice breaks, fragile like glass. We're fighting for something more than ourselves. Her words cut through the air, leaving a silence so thick I can taste it. The crowd stirs, restless, uncertain. It's a sea of faces, each reflecting their own hopes, their own fractures. I remember the way Ilara used to gather us at twilight, her stories blooming like wildflowers, each tale a promise of a better tomorrow. But that tomorrow has grown dim, faded like a photograph left too long in the sun. A murmur rises, a wave of voices rising and falling like the distant tide. They'll come for us, they say. They'll silence us. I watch Thomas's jaw clench tighter, the muscles in his neck straining. He's torn between the man he is sworn to be and the man he yearns to become. I want to reach out, to bridge the chasm of doubt that separates us, but the weight of his decision presses down on us like a storm cloud, threatening to break. In this moment, I'm lost in the labyrinth of my own thoughts, the echoes of history haunting me. I remember the stories of old, the revolutions that sparked like wildfire, the blood spilled for promises of change. But tonight, those tales feel like a cruel joke. The darkness feels all-consuming, and I can't shake the dread gnawing at the edges of my mind. Thomas steps forward, the air around him crackling with energy, but I can see the hesitation in his eyes. The fear of losing Ilara, of losing the fire that once ignited his soul, clashes with the duty that has been drilled into him since childhood. What if this isn't the way? He asks, voice low but trembling with urgency. What if we're just feeding the flames? Ilara spins, her eyes aflame with defiance. Then we burn brighter than ever, brother. We cannot let fear extinguish our fight. We are the voices of the silenced, the hands of the fallen. We are the dreamers in a world that has forgotten how to dream. Each word is a dagger, piercing through the fog of hesitation that surrounds him. Time stretches, bending like the flickering flame of the candle illuminating our fractured existence. The promises of salvation hang in the air, tangible and electric, yet laced with the bitter taste of uncertainty. I can feel the pulse of the moment, the possibility of catastrophe looming over us like a specter, and I know deep within that a decision must be made. The whispers of the crowd swell, voices rising in a crescendo of hope and despair, and I am enveloped in their fervor. We stand together. We march for change. The shouts rise and fall, each declaration a heartbeat, a promise that we are not alone. I glance at Ilara and Thomas, two souls colliding in a storm of passion and fear, each one a reflection of the other's struggle. And then it happens, a moment of clarity that feels like the first crack of dawn after a long night. I see it in their eyes, the resolve hardening like steel. They will not be mere players in a history written by others, they will be the authors of their own fate. I remember the stories again, the tapestry of human resilience woven through time. Desperation ignites a spark, and I stand tall, no longer a mere observer but a participant in this chaotic dance of rebellion. Our hands join, a chain of solidarity, binding us to something greater. I can feel the energy coursing through the air, vibrating with the weight of our dreams. This is not just a fight for survival, it is a movement, a heartbeat echoing through the ages. As the crowd surges forward, I lose myself in the rhythm of their voices, the promise of change echoing in every syllable. I can hear the past colliding with the present, the struggles of those who came before us intertwining with our own. This is where we stand, amongst the ruins, amidst the chaos, and still, we choose to believe. The night is heavy with anticipation, a storm of emotion brewing just beneath the surface. I can feel it building, a confrontation on the horizon that's both terrifying and exhilarating. The air crackles, and I know this is just the beginning. The promises of salvation are alive, pulsing, breathing, and we are ready to embrace the chaos, ready to forge a future from the ashes of despair. No more hiding, no more silence. The battle for our souls has begun. The clock ticks, echoing in the hollow silence of the abandoned hall. Each chime reverberates like a reminder of the past, a heartbeat of history that refuses to quiet. I stand there, an unwilling witness, as the shadows twist around me, whispering secrets of those who walked this ground before. The air is thick, pregnant with unspoken fears, and I can almost taste the bitterness of their sorrow. Maya, her eyes wild and haunted, grips the edges of the crumbling stone wall, as if it could anchor her to this world. There's a tremor in her hands, a shiver that dances along her spine, as though she can feel the icy fingers of the dead brushing against her. We can't ignore it, not anymore, she breathes, her voice a mere wisp against the weight of history pressing down on us. Her fear, raw and palpable, seeps into the cracks of my resolve, twisting it tighter until I can hardly breathe. Beside her, Ethan stands like a statue, arms crossed, head bowed. His a fortress built from pain, each scar a testament to battles fought in silence. You think confronting the past will change anything, he snaps, the harshness of his words cutting through the tension like a knife. But beneath that bravado lies a tempest, a swirling chaos of guilt and grief that he's too proud to acknowledge. I know that behind his stoic facade, the memories claw at him, and they don't let go. They whisper to him in the dead of night, reminding him of failures he can never escape. I remember the stories we were told as children, the shadows of history that lurked in our homes, tales of suffering that seeped through the walls, fusing with our very essence. Remember when they burned the witches? Maya's voice quivers, a haunting echo of innocence lost. They thought fire could purge the evil, but all it did was leave ashes. Ashes. Just broken fragments of what once was. I can almost see them swirling around us, ghosts of those who endured the unimaginable, their cries lingering in the air like a sickly sweet perfume. The weight of their legacy rests heavy on our shoulders, a burden we carry without choice. We are the inheritors of their pain, and the question gnaws at me, will we be cursed to repeat their mistakes? A sudden crash from behind us jolts me. My heart races, blood pounding in my ears. The door swings open, revealing a figure cloaked in shadow, and I can't tell if it's a haunted soul from the past or a harbinger of our fate. You can't escape it, the figure hisses, voice like gravel, clawing at the edges of my sanity. You must confront what you fear. History has a way of coming back, like a ghost refusing to leave. Maya gasps, and Ethan's facade crumbles, a crack appearing in his stoic armor. "What do you want from us?" he demands, voice low and trembling, as if daring the universe to answer. But the figure merely stands there, an embodiment of our collective suffering, a mirror reflecting our darkest truths. I remember the night I first learned of our ancestry, a tapestry woven with threads of heartache, betrayal, and resilience. My grandmother, her eyes glazed with memories, spoke of a time when survival meant bearing witness to the unthinkable. "You carry it with you, dear," she whispered, fingers tracing the patterns of time etched into her skin. "Every generation bears the scars of the last." Tears prick at my eyes as I think of what we can't forget. The horrors that haunt us are not merely relics of the past, they exist in the marrow of our bones, an unshakable presence that shapes our lives. Maya's voice breaks through the fog of my thoughts, urgent and pleading. "We have to face it. If we don't, we'll be lost forever. The suffering, our suffering, will consume us." The figure nods, a slow, deliberate motion that sends a chill down my spine. It knows the truth. We are perpetually entangled in this web of history, a cycle of sorrow that stretches across generations, a legacy that whispers in the dark. I shudder to think of what lies ahead if we don't confront our past. The tension in the air is electric, palpable. I can almost taste the desperation as it drips from the walls, pooling at our feet. Ethan uncrosses his arms, his defensiveness faltering. What if we confront it, and it destroys us? The vulnerability in his voice is a crack in the armor he wears, exposing the raw, beating heart beneath. Maya steps closer to him, the distance between them narrowing as she reaches out, a lifeline in the storm. "Then we fight together," she whispers, and in that moment, I see the flicker of hope in the depths of her eyes. It's a fragile thing, like a candle flickering in the dark, but it's there, and it ignites something within me. We stand together, three souls entwined, bound by the weight of our shared legacy. The shadows dance around us, urging us to confront the ghosts of our past, a chorus of pain echoing in our ears. I can feel their presence, not as a threat but as a reminder that we are not alone. The heartache, the fear, it pulses through our veins, connecting us to those who came before. The clock ticks on, relentless, a reminder that time is an unyielding force. It pushes us forward, whether we are ready or not. I can hear the whispers now, "Face it. Face it." But the shadows loom, dark and foreboding, a reminder of the suffering that awaits if we falter. The choice hangs heavy in the air, and I can almost feel the weight of history pressing against my chest. Together, I breathe, and in that moment, I can almost see a flicker of light piercing through the darkness, a beacon guiding us toward a confrontation that will redefine everything. And so we stand, suspended in this moment of choice, caught between the ghosts of the past and the promise of the future, ready to face the legacy of suffering that binds us. The echoes of history swirl around us, alive and haunting, as we prepare to confront what lies ahead. Our story is far from over, and the ghosts linger, their whispers a constant reminder that the legacy of suffering will shape the generations to come. The air was thick with tension, almost suffocating. In the dim light of the crumbling chapel, shadows danced along the stone walls, flickering like lost souls. Footsteps echoed, one heart beating hard, one whisper of regret clawing its way into the silence. Clara's fingers trembled, brushing against the cold, rough surface of the altar. She was here, in the very spot where they had gathered to confess their sins, and yet she felt more like the sinner than anyone who had ever knelt before her. "I remember," she whispered, the words a fragile thread in the stillness, "the first time I turned my back on love." It was a memory wrapped in aching clarity, her mother's sunlit laughter, the way it hung in the air before the storm. The warmth of that day now felt so distant, the laughter had been swallowed whole by shadows. Clara's heart thudded, a rhythmic drumbeat of guilt. Guilt for all the times she had stepped away, for every moment she had chosen indifference over empathy. Across the chapel, Hector watched her, his breath shallow, as if the very weight of her regret pressed against him. His dark eyes were pools of sorrow, mirroring the depths of his own failings. He remembered the night he lost everything, a bottle of whiskey, a fist through a wall, the shriek of his sister's cries. "I remember," echoed in his mind, bleeding into the dim corners of his soul. "I remember the taste of betrayal, how it clung to my tongue like poison." Hector's gaze flickered to the stained glass, shards of color filtering the moonlight, each hue a reminder of the pain he had caused. Can we ever truly understand the sinner's journey? He whispered, not to her, but to himself, the question hanging heavy in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. His fingers clenched into fists, digging into his palms, grounding himself against the memories that threatened to rise and drown him. Clara turned, startled by his voice, the sound of it like a ghost calling from the deep. Understanding? It's a curse and a blessing, isn't it? Her voice trembled, each syllable a shard of glass. We see their suffering, yet we are paralyzed by our own. The chapel seemed to inhale at her words, the silence coiling tighter, wrapping around them like a noose. Empathy, Hector murmured, feeling the weight of the word. It's a double-edged sword. It cuts us just as deeply as it cuts them. We wear their pain like a shroud. He could feel Clara's eyes on him, her gaze piercing, and it ignited something inside, a flicker of hope, a spark that dared to challenge the darkness. Could they share this burden? I remember, Clara's voice trailed off, eyes glistening with unshed tears as she leaned closer, urgency threading through her words. The night I watched my father drown in his own sorrow. I was too young to save him. I thought I could be his light. But I was a child, drowning in my own fear. The rawness of her confession hung in the air, palpable, as Hector shifted closer, caught in the riptide of her despair. I was never enough, he breathed, standing on the precipice of vulnerability, teetering between his past and the haunting shadows of the present. I thought I could outrun my sorrow, but it only followed me, like a ghost. I see it in the mirror every morning. And then, from the deep recesses of the chapel, a distant sound, a soft sobbing, a cry that pierced through the silence like an arrow. Clara froze, the noise echoing from the shadows, pulling them both into a world where empathy was no longer a choice but a necessity. The air crackled with electricity, the tension coiling tighter around their throats. What if we can't face it? Clara whispered, barely audible, her breath hitching. What if we're not capable of understanding what they've done? Hector's heart pounded. Then we suffer. We suffer for their sins and our own, entangled in the web of pain we've created. He stepped forward, the darkness inching closer, each step a battle against the memories clawing at him. The sobs grew louder, and the chapel felt alive, pulsating with a heartbeat that was not their own. He reached out, fingers brushing Clara's hand, a connection forged in their shared torment. Empathy is not just about understanding. It's about bearing witness. It's about feeling their pain as if it were our own. As if summoned by their words, a figure emerged from the shadows, a woman, eyes hollow, skin pale as moonlight. Please, she begged, her voice a haunting echo, help me. I can't bear this weight alone. Her presence was a shattering revelation, the embodiment of all they had feared and all they had tried to forget. Clara's heart raced, a tidal wave of emotions crashing against her. You're not alone, she said, the words a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. We are here. We will hear you. Hector squeezed Clara's hand, their fingers intertwining, a silent promise in the chaos. Tell us, he urged, the urgency in his voice igniting the air around them. Let us walk this journey with you. And in that moment, beneath the flickering candlelight, the chapel became a sanctuary for the lost and the broken. The air thickened with pain and possibility, their hearts beating in sync, a symphony of empathy that resonated through the darkness. The shadows stretched and twisted, the night deepening. Time became meaningless, each heartbeat an eternity, each breath heavy with the weight of shared suffering. Clara, Hector, and the woman stood together, three souls tangled in a web of despair and redemption, teetering on the brink of understanding, ready to confront the abyss. Together, Clara breathed, the word a promise, a lifeline, an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of empathy. And as the shadows whispered their secrets, the journey continued, an endless loop of understanding, pain, and the haunting beauty of the sinner's path. The clock struck midnight, its chime reverberating through the hollow halls like a mournful ghost, and the sound held a weight that pressed down on the air. In the darkened room, shadows danced like specters, mocking the light that dared to pierce the night. I stood at the window, heart racing, cheeks wet with the remnants of tears. Outside, the world was a tapestry of stillness, yet within, chaos brewed, a tempest of hurt and longing that raged just beneath the surface. I remember when all of this began, two lives entwined by fate, bound by scars unseen. Evelyn, with her laughter that could shatter glass, had been my beacon. But beneath her bright exterior lay a storm of sorrow, each smile a mask for the dark memories she could never shake. I watched as she stood in the corner of the room, staring at the floor, lost in a labyrinth of thoughts that I could not navigate. I wanted to reach out, to wrap her in my fragile arms, but the distance between us felt like an ocean. And then there was Jason, the wild card, the reckless flame that drew us both in with his magnetic charm. His bravado hid insecurities that crackled like static electricity in the air around him. I could see him pacing near the door, hands clenched tight, jaw set in determination, but I knew the truth. He was a tornado of fears and unspoken words, desperate to keep the chaos at bay while the world threatened to swallow him whole. "Every rose has its thorn," he whispered, his voice a low rumble that cracked the silence, echoing like a prophecy. I could feel the weight of those words, and I knew the truth was stinging, raw. We had all felt the bite of life's cruel thorns, each prick a reminder of what we had lost, what we longed for. I remember when we were children, running through fields of wildflowers, our laughter carried by the wind. We didn't know then that beauty could cut so deeply. Now, the petals of our innocence lay scattered, memories suffocating under the weight of grief and regret. The laughter was replaced by an awkward silence that hung heavy, thick with unspoken fears and the haunting memories of our past. "Do you think thorns make roses beautiful?" I asked, testing the waters, my heart pounding in my chest. The question lingered in the air like a dark cloud, heavy and foreboding. Evelyn lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening like dew on morning grass, and for a moment, I saw the cracks in her armor. "Maybe it's the pain that makes us appreciate the beauty," she replied, her voice a fragile whisper that trembled like a leaf in the wind. Jason scoffed, his bravado a thin veil over his vulnerability. "Or maybe it's just a way to justify the hurt. A pretty lie we tell ourselves." He rubbed the back of his neck, his eyes darting around the room, searching for something to anchor him in reality. I could feel the tension between them, like a live wire, sparking with unexpressed emotions, each moment charged with a whirlwind of feelings that wanted to break free. As the clock continued to tick, its relentless rhythm matched the tempo of our hearts. I felt the pressure building, a storm ready to unleash its fury. The air crackled, tension coiling tighter and tighter until it threatened to snap. I wondered if this was it, the moment when everything would finally surface, the struggles and secrets that had festered beneath the surface, waiting for a catalyst. "I'm tired," Evelyn suddenly blurted out, her voice cracking like glass. "I'm tired of pretending everything is okay. It's not." The words hung in the air, a confession that cut through the darkness. She was standing on the edge of a precipice, and I felt the ground shifting beneath us, the weight of her vulnerability pulling us into the abyss. "Evelyn," I started, but she held up a hand, silencing me. The look in her eyes was fierce, yet fragile, a wildflower battling against the odds. "I lost myself a long time ago. I don't know how to find my way back." Jason's frustration flared, a fire igniting in his chest. "You think you're the only one? You think I'm not lost too? We're all broken, Evelyn. But we can't let that destroy us." His voice raised, raw and unfiltered, echoing in the silence, the intensity of his emotions crashing against the walls like waves against a rocky shore. In that moment, I felt the gravity of our shared pain, the weight of our unspent grief. Each of us was a thorn, each struggle a sharp reminder of the beauty we could not grasp. I wanted to scream, to let the world know that we were not just shadows of our former selves, that we were still capable of feeling, of rising from the ashes. But the words caught in my throat, a knot of emotion that threatened to choke me. I looked out the window, the city lights flickering like a distant constellation, and realized we were all lost in our own universe, trapped in cycles of pain and beauty. The air felt electric, charged with the potential for a breakthrough, and I fought against the urge to shy away from the storm brewing within us. "I'm scared," I finally admitted, my voice barely a whisper, and the admission opened the floodgates. With every heartbeat, the truth poured out, each word a release, a raw revelation of vulnerability. I'm scared of losing you both. Scared that we'll never find a way back." Evelyn stepped closer, her presence like a balm on my wounds, and I could see the tears glisten like stars in her eyes. "We have to hold on to each other, even when it hurts," she said, and in that moment, I understood the beauty in the pain. The thorns were not just obstacles, they were a part of our journey. Jason nodded, his bravado faltering in the face of raw truth. "Together, we can try," he murmured, the storm within him beginning to quiet as he reached for us. And in that eerie silence, the clock ticking away, I felt the weight of our shared burdens, the rawness of our emotions connecting us in a profound way. The shadows, once menacing, began to recede, revealing the fragile threads that bound us together, thorns and roses intertwined in a tapestry of pain and beauty, forever intertwined. Outside, the city continued to breathe, the universe stretching infinitely beyond our small room, as we stood together in our silence, the weight of everything hanging in the air. And somewhere, deep within the chaos, I felt a flicker of hope, an ember, a promise of healing waiting just beyond the horizon. The flames crackled, dark silhouettes twisted and danced against the backdrop of a sky smothered in ominous clouds. I could feel the heat on my skin, searing yet oddly comforting, like the embrace of a long-lost lover. Nearby, a girl screamed, her voice a piercing wail that sliced through the night. I turned, heart hammering, to see Lila, her wild hair a chaotic halo as she tore through the throng of desperate souls. She was beautiful in her chaos, a tempest unleashed. "Get him out," she shouted, her hands clawing at the air toward the inferno that roared greedily, waiting to consume everything in its path. "Get him out now." I felt the urge to grab her, to pull her back from the brink of her own madness. But I hesitated, caught in the grip of my own internal storm. I remembered the last time I had tried to save someone, and how that had ended. My fingers twitched at my sides. And then there was Thomas, his face illuminated by the flickering flames, a mask of determination cloaked in fear. He was a protector, a man forged by loss, yet burdened by the shadows of his past. He had once told me that courage was merely the absence of fear, but standing here, facing the consuming darkness, I could see the cracks in his armor. He pressed forward, toward the blaze, as if drawn by an invisible thread, and I wanted to reach out to him, to pull him away from his own reckless bravery. But I kept quiet, paralyzed by the ghosts of my own failures. "Don't you dare leave me!" Lila screamed, the urgency in her voice shattering the stillness around us. My heart raced. I could see it, the flickering flames reflected in her wide, terrified eyes. She was not merely panicking, she was unraveling, and the truth swept over me like a cold wave. She had lost someone inside that fire. The weight of her grief hung heavy in the air, and my throat constricted. I remembered that feeling, the suffocating embrace of a loss so profound that it made the world tilt on its axis. "Lila, we'll find him!" I shouted, but even I could hear the tremor in my voice, the lie wrapped in desperation. I knew we were unprepared, just three souls against a monstrous blaze, something ancient and primal. The fire was alive, feeding on fear, rage, and despair, and it was here to claim us. Stop it, she screamed, and I could see her panic mingling with the flames. The blaze roared back, a creature awakening, stretching its fiery limbs as it licked the edges of the night sky. Behind it, shadows stirred, wraiths of memories and missed chances, whispering secrets in a language I couldn't fully grasp. I felt Thomas's hand grasp mine, steady and warm, an anchor in the storm. "We have to push through," he urged, eyes wide with raw determination. "We can't let the darkness win." His words were a balm, yet they ignited a spark of rebellion in me. What lay beyond this fire? Was it merely more despair, more ghosts? Or could it be a path toward healing, a chance to reclaim everything we had lost? I remembered the stories, the old tales told by the fireside, where heroes forged destinies in the very flames that threatened to consume them. But those were just stories, fiction spun from dreams, and we were mere mortals teetering on the edge of our own tragedy. "Can we go back?" I whispered, more to myself than anyone else. "No." Lila shouted, her voice fierce as she gripped my arm, pulling me toward the blaze. "We can't go back. We can't leave him." Her eyes were wild, desperation giving them an unnatural shine. I saw the truth in her gaze, the reflection of every person we had lost, everyone who hadn't made it back from the firestorm of life. This was our moment, our crucible. Thomas's hand tightened around mine, and with a deep breath that tasted of smoke and sorrow, I charged forward with him and Lila. The heat surged around us like a tidal wave, and I could feel the flames tugging at my clothes, licking at my skin, whispering promises of oblivion. Each step felt like a leap into the unknown, each heartbeat a countdown to either salvation or ruin. I remembered the dreams I had, those vivid images of a brighter world just beyond this chaos. I had seen it, lush meadows and laughter, the warmth of the sun wrapping around us like a blanket. But now, all I could see was the swirling chaos, the fire that consumed everything. The heat pressed in, suffocating, and I could feel the weight of my own fear. What lay beyond the fire? I closed my eyes for a fleeting moment, and in that darkness, I could see shadows, whispers of the past. "Don't look back!" Thomas shouted, his voice snapping me back to the present. "Keep moving!" We pushed forward, adrenaline coursing through our veins, our world reduced to the flicker of flames and the echoes of our breaths. I felt Lila's grip on my hand tighten, and I couldn't help but wonder, did we have the strength to face what lay ahead? Or were we merely running toward our own demise? The fire roared louder, a beast awakened, and as we stumbled into the heart of its wrath, I realized one undeniable truth: sometimes the only way through is to confront the very thing that terrifies you, to plunge into the unknown where the shadows linger. And in that moment, I resolved to find out exactly what lay beyond the fire.